Hello, all you delightful beings out there, and welcome to the stream. I am Razim, and this is Lost in Chaos Scar, Season 2, Episode 21, The Wishing Stone. This is one of our Pokemon tabletop RPG campaigns being run with our custom Scar system, or Stories and Creatures in Alternate Realities. It is in open playtest and available for all of you to try out for yourselves via our Discord. But for now, we shall go ahead and begin as usual with introductions. I will say we will probably have an artist joining us before too much longer. Hex will be coming on to do art again. But for now, I will turn it over to Enja. That is
Hello
the
and good
wrong
day,
thing.
everyone. I am Enja Lumerias, and I'll be your storyteller for this evening. I play the allies, I play the enemies, and I orchestrate all manner of events in between that are for good, ill, or simply reactionary. But for now, I shall pass it over to Rex Strider.
Hi, I'm Rick Strider. I'll be playing Chomper, a fire-water type Fuecoco. I'll be passing it off to Raharu.
Hello everybody, I'm Raharu, and I'll be playing Paz, the solar water type Sobel, as well as Elvaroda, or Elba for short, the water ground type Quagsire. To you, Gimund.
Hi, I'm Gimund, and I'm playing Pyroclast. Sometimes dark, sometimes ghost, fire Charmeleon. He is currently dark fire. Typical. Onto the
Yes, I do need to fix the tip goal. But go ahead, Scruff.
Hello, I'm ArchineerRob. I shall be playing Scruff, the ground ice type Swiner. On to Zim.
Hello everybody, I am Razim, and I'm playing as Squirrel, the dragon fighting type Riolu and embodiment of ADHD. I am also playing Nim, the fairy psychic type Midnight Lycanroc. Go ahead, Vane.
Hello, I am Zaldiris, and I'll be playing Vane, the dark flying type Murkrow. He's in Spiral right now.
Thumbs up.
Yep, and on to Vert.
Hello, I am Drunk Dragonair. I will be playing Verdant, the fire psychic Charmander, who has a sick player right now, so he might be a little quiet, sorry.
And now we shall turn it over to the recap. I don't think I've had you go in a while, Raharu, so why don't you take it?
Okay. Alright. Let me see. So, on the last
I
session
love
we
how
got...
you switched to Elva for this.
Yes. Okay, so in the last session, we actually kind of started out with a bit of a discussion that Elba wanted to have before we arrived back at town to check out whatever was happening over there. Elba was basically explaining to the rest of the party in the wagon, basically explaining some of how the types interact with a Pokemon personality, and also the failings of them. He didn't went over all of them, but he went through. He gave a few examples, which were mostly fire, water, ghost, and so that he could go on a segue to talk about the Dark Spiral. He went in as much in depth as he could to explain it to Chomper and the rest of the party, because he's been under the impression that they kind of don't know or they didn't know what it was that it entailed. And we went over that. Chomper and Squirrel had a bit of a conversation, kind of detailing the whole scenario that ended up causing Squirrel to leave. There's a bit of resentment there, but also a lot of regret. But it seems that they're slowly trying to patch things up in that regard. We also had a bit of a conversation with Pyroclast regarding his spiral, and also speculate on what Pokemon his friend Alex could have become once he entered this world. We kind of had some theories that he might have become a water type, water fairy, water fire, but a water type of some sort. After that, basically Scruff, we switched over to Scruff, and whatever happened to him, he got teleported alongside with the deliver bag to where the deliver keeps all his bags inside of the castle. And the deliver freaked out about this because even though Scruff is not exactly a variant, he's also not exactly the same color as a regular Swinub. So if anybody found him in there, he would be in trouble. So the developer just decided to try and push this problem onto somebody else. So he took him to the queen. And over there, the queen ended up talking with Scruff for a while. And Scruff ended up finding out a few interesting things. We did ended up confirming that Sigmund is indeed the crown prince of the Daybreak Kingdom. Scruff also learned his name, although I don't believe he has told us about it yet. But what was Sigmund's birth name? What is Sigmund's birth name again?
Was
Sigmund's Sigmund's
Ari.
first name's Ari. But
And
Scruff has not shared that detail.
Yeah, fair. And what was the queen's name? Because I believe she also told you that.
A generous bestowal.
But yes, she has also shared that
Gimund
information.
tipped $10. Another session, another tradition to be
Rosalie Calder Lockhart was the queen's name.
Ah.
Gimund, thank you so much for that tip. Thank you so very much for the support.
Okay. And
Sigmund's full name was Ari Xavier Lockhart, by the way.
Yeah. Which I'm guessing Lockhart is the last name of the royal family, I suppose.
Yep.
Okay, and well, once that discussion was over, it was kind of decided that the developer was going to basically escort a Scruff back to where he found him originally, back to the town where Scruff ambushed him first, and the queen basically had an excuse to bring them guards nearby a letter so that the developer actually had an excuse to actually be over there while he did this for her. The developer was not happy having to do this, but he did it anyways. And well, back to the town. We finally arrive at the site where the Barnacle named Pierce was about to he was in the process of asking to adopt Sigmund, because that's basically what happened to Sigmund. And Chomper basically went up to the Barnacle and asked him if he could be his apprentice as well. And the Barnacle was actually interested in him. In fact, when he saw the rest of the party, he kind of got interested in most of the party except for Elba and Bane, because he was just regular to them. In fact, he ended up calling Bane a peasant for some reason. In a fit of rage. We had a bit of a back and forth but the negotiations to that just kind of fell apart because people were just getting insulted by this guy's mere presence. So he just ended up adopting Sigmund and left, and we ended up following him. On the way there, Atrano asked Bane to basically pour energy, raw energy, onto the stone to basically recharge it, apparently. And I guess he ended up inputting some settings on the stone that turned us transparent. We were basically ghosts that could observe the movie, but our interactions with it would be minimal. And we got to witness how Sigmund's life was during his time with Pierce. TLDR, not good. He was basically not allowed to be wrong. I mean, Sigmund couldn't even speak to him. Even if he made any noises, the Barnacle would just hit him. Chomper ended up using heart sense on this guy, and he kind of got a song that kind of gave him the impression that this guy basically just wanted to have somebody that he could impart his knowledge onto, so that whatever feats they made in the future would be by his own by default. And that is the only reason why this guy wanted to adopt Sigmund to begin with. We kind of decided to try not to kill the Barnacle, because a lot of us were actually getting pretty upset at both his treatment of Sigmund and the wrong information that he was giving him, because according to Ben, who has been coached in the basics of magic by Sigmund himself in the present, everything that the guy was saying was wrong. He somehow knows the concepts of magic. He knows the technical words for it, but everything surrounding that knowledge is wrong. And Elba doesn't understand how that's possible. The guy is a walking contradiction. We kind of just try moving away from the hut that the guy lives in, away from every other person inside of the Daybreak Kingdom, and the time began to fast forward on us, because I suppose that's basically what happens when we're not witnessing something that's critical to the wish. And time moved forward until Scruff arrived. Ben went to scout to see what was happening, and Scruff, as he arrived, basically took our sense and zoomed in towards us, but still took the Deliver's bag with him. And the Deliver didn't want to not have his bag, so he began chasing after Scruff. And unfortunately, Ben got to witness that. Ben being chased over by somebody. I mean, Scruff being chased over by somebody. So Spain zoomed in on that in the middle of his tier 3 spiral. And as soon as he was in the scene, when things were just getting a result, because Scruff did end up stopping to give the Deliver his backpack, Bane ended up chaining the Deliver onto a tree, just like full on chaining. He was probably mummified by it, except for his mouth, so that he could speak. Thankfully, the Deliver didn't end up getting physically harmed, although I fear that he is going to be traumatized for life after witnessing that. And Scruff, because Scruff managed to convince Bane that he wasn't kidnapped. He was basically just magically taken because he had possession of the Deliver's bag. But if this ever happens again, Bane will know that the Deliver did indeed kidnap Scruff, and it's not going to be pretty. So yeah, this Deliver ended up running away, and now Scruff is back with us. And after that, if time began to fast forward one more time to, I believe, it's basically been 3 years since the Barnacle Pierce adopted Sigmund. And once time began to stop, we got to bear witness to a scene of basically Sigmund jumping on top of the Barnacle. He basically began to induce a heart attack on the guy, and apparently the barnacle had some way to try and stop that with his magic, or what he was just trying to reach for his staff, but Sigmund just took it away from him, and he didn't let him take it until the guy basically just kneeled over, and he's dead. He abused Sigmund and instructed him wrong for 3 years, and then he died. He was pathetic until the end. And Sigmund just took him out onto the front and didn't even bury him. He's just collecting dust on the forest. After all that, well, we've kind of been discussing things back and forth, and we kind of were in the middle of a discussion regarding something that Atrano told us, that we can apparently rewrite something on the wishing stone, but we can only do one rewrite. We won't be able to do anything else, so we better be careful with what we want to do. And I believe that is pretty much it, unless I miss anything.
That seems to be about everything, except that what are we going to do with the one change that the wishing stone can make?
Mm-hmm.
There was also one other thing. There was a conversation about basically what the legendaries kind of are in terms of like and stuff.
Listen, you were cutting out.
Yeah, you were cutting out.
Oh, like the what Tina were talking about, like balance and stuff, like how killing them might remove that concept from reality, or this reality.
Oh yeah, you guys had that while Vane was gone. Otherwise, he would have corrected that. That was near the beginning, yeah.
Yeah, Ben was in the middle of his scout mission, or returning from it at that point.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I think that's pretty much it. So set this in, DG, whenever you can.
Alrighty. So, I believe you are all still outside the air quote sage's hut.
Yes.
Former sages. And Arcanus has made his offer. Atrano was the other one.
Yeah, I said Atrano. Yeah, it's Artanis. They both start with AT, so I get confused.
That's fine.
Everything about them starts with A. It's Atrano and Artanis, and they're a team Abation.
They might have done this on purpose. You know how Zoros are.
Real. But yeah, I think we left off kind of like arguing what to use the thing on, and then I think Chomper said that what he wants to do is do the variant timeline route.
Yes, he wants to drop the script and maybe make something that matters.
Well, maybe as in like the 10% chance that the real life people will have dreams about this.
Yes. This timeline may leave an echo of some sort on the world. Maybe.
Maybe. 10% chance, and won't actually change what happened.
Yes. And so the offer has been made. But can the group come to an agreement about what change should be made?
So what exactly is everybody's opinion in this regard?
Well, I think that we should just do something so that way this won't happen again. We can't really leave right away because of the risk that Chomper will feel, cheated or unfulfilled or whatever, and then accidentally wish for it again somehow. So, I just want something that'll make it so that way this never happens again.
Chomper's looking over at Sigmund, just kind of in deep thought. If I could just even talk to him, I think that'd help.
What do you want to ask him?
I don't want to ask him anything. I just want to tell him something and give him stuff.
Well, it's also good that you don't want to ask him anything, considering he can't answer. He doesn't know how to talk yet.
I noticed that he's been very silent, and I don't actually think that Pierce actually taught him how to speak.
Does he understand words?
Oh, he can understand words just fine. I was just saying, it's a good thing you don't actually want any responses from him, because otherwise you'd have to give him a piece of paper and a pen or something and then convince him to write it out. I think he knows how to read and write at this point.
Would all of you be okay if I talked with him? Is that gonna mess up something? Chomper seems a little just in his own thoughts and distressed, but also focused on an objective.
Well, he did just kill Pierce. So if you show up randomly, he might remember you, but he also might realize that there's a dead body sitting on the front yard that he just killed and you've just walked in.
And not entirely sure he's in the mindset to have company after that. Maybe you may want to wait until we fast forward a few days.
No, I want to do this now. I think that's why I want to do this now.
Yeah?
Chomper nods and then starts walking away from the team.
Paz is just going to fold his arms, his little noodle arms, and just observe. He just looks like he's thinking at the moment.
Marten scratches the stone a bit as everyone's opacity returns to its normal levels.
I think,
and you stop being ghostly suggestions of people.
So, is it's daytime, right? It was like morning,
daytime,
right?
Yes.
Alright, Venus is gonna go, like, stand under a tree or something. We are in a forest.
Scruff is gonna step onto his shadow claw and just kind of float up a bit to get a good view of this, and then he's gonna hang back.
Paz is gonna try and find some sort of location where he can be like near where Chomper is gonna do his thing, but not near enough that he'll be noticed. He's trying to be covert.
Scruff offers a shadow claw to get into a tree if he wants it.
Paz will take the offer.
Yeah.
He's not exactly fit for climbing at the moment.
Squirrel is going to follow Chomper at a distance. But he won't be saying anything, he will just be following for now.
Pyroclast is going to be near Artanis and Atrano.
All right. And Chompers are going to be approaching Sigmund very just as non-aggressively, as docile. There's nothing in his arms. He has his backpack on. That's it. And he's kind of showing that he has nothing in his hands either. He's just kind of like walking. He's not even gonna get like right. Like he's not gonna approach like right up to him. He's gonna approach and then sit down as soon as like he gets noticed by Sigmund.
Sigmund, curiously, doesn't actually seem to react to you very much. It seems that he is eating what seems to be a portion of a loaf of bread, and he's opened up another book.
Jumper is going to quietly begin to take out the giant apple and then proceed to take out one at a time while talking all of the dungeon food in his backpack, all 40 pieces of it. As he then begins to start setting it down like nearby on like a table or anything while he begins to talk to Sigmund quietly. Hey Sigmund, I saw what happened and I don't blame you. And you could tell like the tone is a lot very soft, very direct. He was a pretty bad man, but I don't want you to think that everyone is like that. And you've had a rough life so far. I don't want to bother you too much. I just want to give you this food, give you these items to help you, and let you know if you need anyone. Don't let him mess up how you feel about people, because family isn't always blood. It isn't always the people in your life like that try to force their way in. It's the people in your life who want you in theirs. The ones who accept you for who you are. The ones who would do anything to see you smile and who love you no matter what. I had someone tell me before, Los amigos son la familia que eliges. It means friends are the family you choose. Keep looking for friends. I want to be your friend. If you ever need to talk, I'm here. I'm sorry you had to do that. And Chomper's gonna simply give all the food in their bag, including a healing seed. And they're just gonna sit and wait for a moment before, if no response, get up and leave.
Well, Sigmund is getting up and he's going to get a piece of paper, as he seems to be taking a note. It seems that he tried to write what he didn't understand, and then in an addendum under it, friends are the family that you choose, with another highlight and question mark next to friend, as if this is a foreign word. Family is choosable.
Friend is someone who accepts you for who you are, who's there for you, will listen. It's the family you choose.
More
So-
notes.
I don't want you to give up on that. I've had rough times finding loved ones myself, and I've had family that I've even thought about doing that to protect my loved ones. But I just don't want you to give up and not keep looking for actual family. That man wasn't family. But don't let him change who you are and make you into what he was. Okay? Keep being open to finding friends.
And he then looks at Squirrel as if assessing him. The squirrel's expression is not unfamiliar to him.
Squirrel's got a very relatively downtrodden kind of expression.
Well, he was in an orphanage before. He might not have a lot of memories, but
Yeah.
Out of character, taking a breath. Woo! I'm holding back going into like the story in the past and whatnot. I was, making the scene a little faster. But
that's fair.
yeah. Tempted, but I'm not trying to make this into a giant thing. So
I mean, he's paying attention.
Go for it, Rex.
Chomper's just gonna look at Sigmund. I'm not really good at talking with these kind of things, but I'm seeing what you're going through, and you're going through a lot, and just you're not alone. Everyone has hurt, and I've myself have had a family that has hurt me, who's even hit me. So I know how I can relate, but I can't say I know how you feel. I just want you to know you're not alone, and that you shouldn't give up on people, and that even if there's someone like that who's showing you the worst of the world, not everyone's like that. And you can still find friends that can be your family. If I'm not clear, feel free to ask anything you want. And if you need anything from me or need to talk, I'm here. And Chomper is kind of holding back tears, but also just trying to smile through the tears to be give assurance.
He's going to start writing a few things down before passing over the note to Chomper.
Chomper's going to read the note.
You see, the first note the first bullet point is asking what that thing he is wearing around his neck.
Oh, they're asking the thing that Chomper's wearing around his neck.
Yes, his headphones.
Oh, These are my headphones. They play music. I keep them, and it helps me relax and calm, and it's gotten me through a lot.
The second bullet point is a question of there seems to be a bit of interference between him and those.
Oh?
And he wants to see them.
Okay. And Chomper's going to take off his headphones, kind of rub them a little bit, and then hand them over to Sigmund.
Sigmund will take them over to a table, push off some things, probably breaking a glass before walking over to something else.
Raharu 95 tipped $15.
Raharu, thank you so much for that tip.
Welcome.
Seriously, you guys are so incredible. Thank you. That is the second tier of the tip goal completed.
Sorry for interrupting. Go ahead.
Good.
All right. Totally fine. So, he seems to take some things from a few of the cupboards and chests. Things that don't really seem to have a lot of connection, like an anonymous root, fragments of gemstones, and a purple rock, a couple of feathers of a brown color, and a spoon.
Important. Spoon.
Before he then arranges them around in a circle around the headphones, and then begins to destroy the other objects.
Chomper is looking curiously. There is a little bit of anxiety from having the headphones away, but they're just watching.
And to top it off, he is then going to focus very hard to start levitating the former staff of his mentor.
In quotations.
And then smashes it over the headphones, with the staff being the one to yield. And then something happens.
Chomper just reactively winces. Be
As
careful.
the headphones are fine, but something's different.
What are you up to there?
He's then going to take back the paper and write down, "It's done."
What's done? Did you want to break the stick? Or
He's going to ponder and then start writing again before handing the paper back over.
Ah, this is just like Burden, but without telekinesis.
You had a disconnect of some sort. It seemed emotion-based. I have carried out a ritual of grievances. It has helped your item.
Huh. I'm gonna be honest, I don't fully understand, but it sounds like you helped me. Thank you.
Now, here's the thing. When you take them back, do you put them on or do you just have them around your neck?
Yeah, let's put them on.
All right.
Definitely to see if they work. That'd probably be my yeah. That would be Chomper's first instinct. Like, dude, are they good? I better just check, make sure it works. He just smacked him with a stick.
All right. So, putting them on, you hear something. It's the sound of a cassette being loaded.
Oh,
But your music player didn't have anything that was added to it, unless you would care to examine that.
yeah. Just kind of gonna go ahead and press play on and see what kind of plays there. Yeah.
As of this moment, something is playing, and you can hear it being played, but there is no noise. Not yet.
Something's being played, but there's no noise. Not yet. It's just quiet.
And Sigmund seems to be watching Chomper as if learning before he starts scratching again. On the paper, basically like using heat to burn letters onto the paper with his claw.
Oh, that's cool.
You're a highly emotional individual, aren't you? It seems that your ability is thuswise emotion-based.
Chomper nods. Yeah, I can basically hear feelings, and
Forcing a calm on yourself doesn't seem to be doing you much good.
Chomper's just nodding and trying to listen into the song that doesn't have any music or anything. I might want to do a perception check and see what this song is. Trying to see what's going on with this. Whether it's something new in the headphones, or am I listening into Sigmund, or...
It's not Sigmund, but...
What if I use Heart Sense on this, if I can get something going on?
Now, this is interesting. Because you get more of an idea when you try to use heart sense. You're listening into an echo chamber, but the first sound hasn't been made just yet.
Echo chamber. And the first sound hasn't been made yet.
And you might be listening to yourself.
I'm getting to that. It's called quiet, so how do you... I don't know if Chomper realized that. Listening to it inward. So... Huh. Chomper's closing his eyes and trying to listen. He...
Alright, give me a roll.
Yeah. Alright, what am I rolling?
Let's see, would this be perception or insight, I wonder?
I would say insight, personally.
Insight it is. Probably soul insight. What expertise shall I give a little bonus to?
As far as expertise
Empathic,
bonuses,
maybe?
I will say you can give more than, give the bonus to more than one.
Fair enough. I will give an extra dice to empathic or instinct.
If I can roll empathic, definitely doing empathic.
Fair enough.
Soul or mind?
Soul.
Whew. Put it roll and actually rolled good. Away.
Very nice.
Hey, that's a good sign.
Oh.
The one brought its dance partner. And therefore I can accept its presence.
What, 11?
That's a very nice roll.
Well, it's the only time 0 is allowed in.
By how dice work, yes.
I guess I probably should give insight on myself and what Chomper's headspace is right now, I suppose. Kind of maybe help with,
Right?
yeah.
You have traversed hearts before, but you find what's like a stage curtain, and you can passively identify that this is probably your composure. You're not sure what will happen if you willingly lift this.
Chomper may be feeling a little bit of anxiety, like the first time you'd go off on stage after a play you practiced for months, and it's their first showing. Or just the general idea of you're actually having to kind of deal with your own self and deal with your own problems and start actually like processing. But at the same time, Chomper has already been through several times of hiding in some way, shape, or form. Chomper is willing to open that curtain, is wanting to, pushing forward to. Chomper wants things to change. He wants his friends to be friends. Chomper wants a family. And he wants safety and, honestly, happiness for others too. For those to not go through what he has seen, gone through himself, or, you know, the worst of the world. Chomper wants to open that curtain.
All right. As you begin to lift it, you can hear your own pound. You can hear your own heart pounding, almost as if it's in your ears. And with the curtain beginning to be drawn, it will not stop being drawn as things are getting loud. Very loud, as the first and foremost prominent emotion is angry.
Chomper's getting hit with that prominent emotion. Question outside of character. I'm guessing the anger is all derived from anger that Chomper feels from anything he'd be angry about.
Yes, all the emotions that he's been keeping very carefully in check are coming out right now.
Oh,
and he's
great
got
fire.
a front row seat to his own feelings. He's got...
Chomper is getting hit by all that anger. He cannot help but be gritting his teeth as it's just hitting him in waves of all the times he has been angry, whether it's from bits of the past he doesn't even understand, of being angry, not being able to change the situation, angry that his family would leave, angry at himself, angry that he didn't have what it took, or he didn't do the right things to make things better, angry that there's people in the world that just want to hurt people, that there's people just selfish and not thinking enough to just give other people patience and time. And the anger that's really starting to make him fall to his knees is the anger at himself the most for not being what he deems as better, good enough. And that is the hardest one he's having to try to handle right now. The anger at himself.
Certainly, in the face of this anger, many other emotions are, let's call them background noise, as you are getting something else.
Oh.
Something has begun to work, as the empty slot is getting a name. Congratulations on retuning to your own emotions that you've probably been keeping down for quite a while now. Enjoy your new little feat, Battle Beat, as I have given you the little excerpt before.
Yes, you have.
Yes. Your emotions have reached a sufficient point, and even though you are not in combat at the moment, right now it can begin to build regardless, because I have an addendum to make to it.
Oh, okay.
Hey, we've gained a Hex. Hi, Hex.
Hi, Hex.
Hi, Hex. Hey, Hex. Oh man, you're making me think that I want to spin this a little bit, if I may. testing waters. I'd imagine Chomper if battle beat. The anger is one of those things. Of course he's not just grasping and conquering, but in the act of processing and having it go at him full force and having to deal with it, he's also seeing how anger works and how that feeling works. With anger comes predictability. You can control in a way how people are going to attack, act, and do based off anger. You can make your own tells. You can make your own reads. So on stage, I kind of like imagine almost like he's after a while, Chomper's even like just fighting himself, but because he's fighting his own anger, it starts to get predictable. It starts getting to a point when he's controlling it by understanding just how that anger is working, and he's able to kind of control the flow of combat through it.
Chomper, shortly after this whole thing begins, Chomper will feel Squirrel will have come up and put a hand on his shoulder.
You ever heard ever seen those gators in the water? When they start vibrating and doing the low bellowing growl?
Yes.
Chomper's doing that without moving and vibrating. His eyes are still closed. He's not making any expression. You just hear him vibrate and make that bellowing growl. And the contact, the way you touch him, is hot.
I'm sure it's not harder than the forge.
I don't know if I'm waking up or not. I'll let Enja decide. I'm currently still in the meditation space.
Hey, they're your emotions.
Passwords.
Okay, I'm doing a subterfuge roll there to see if I can sneak up inside of the hood without being noticed. That's basically what I'm trying to do.
To finish out real quick, I think Chomper, after like that inner struggle's happening, but as the contact happens, Chomper kind of feels the contact in his headspace too. Enja, unless you had anything else to do with this scene, I think I'm going to start pulling myself out of the
Fair enough.
space.
You can do that, as you are probably sweating by the time you return to the let's call it the real world.
I'm just imagining that in the headspace, I was doing that inner combat with my own self in a way. But then I have Squirrel's contact just kind of snap me back, have that moment of brevity and just get out of kind of that anger headspace.
As I sent you an additional little bit in DMs.
Oh, let me go look at that real quick. Close screen.
Woo-hoo.
So I made a subterfuge roll to see if Pat can whatchamacallit and enter the hood without being noticed. Does a 5 work for that?
Yes, it does, I'd imagine.
Cookies. So Paz is just kind of observing Chomper just being in mild agony in there.
Oh.
He's just,
I would just to clarify, I would imagine that Chomper, it's just like you would see somebody having a bit of a nightmare. he's kind of like just frowning a little bit, not looking like he's straight up in pain, but he is like, I would imagine, having a bit of steam coming off of him from the water perspiration.
Yeah, fair.
Chomper is coming back slowly, just breathing heavy. I'm okay. I'm okay. Hey, squirrel. I think I was looking. I think I was looking at my own stuff for a bit there. I also think I got something from that I can use. Chomper is looking at Squirrel and Sigmund for a moment, see if they're responding, and taking a moment to take a breath.
I mean, Sigmund just isn't really reacting all that much, but it does seem like he is looking intently, as if he is like aware of a blockage he just pushed past. But such as, good, it is done now.
Huh. Chomper kind of feels a little, like, a bit de-stressed. Almost as if you, like, went onto, like, outside on a balcony and screamed after a very rough month. They're just kind of taking a moment. But they look over at Sigmund and nods and just say, thanks, whatever you did there. I think that helped.
He will write down, he just did maintenance.
Chomper's gonna think, even as a kid, he's really, really good at healing. But even if he doesn't know how to talk too well still, even now or then. Chomper's gonna turn to Squirrel. I'm fine. Don't worry. Thank you.
Squirrel nods and steps back a bit.
Chomper's gonna stand up. If you ever need anything, and feel free to ask. And if you need help now, Chomper thinks for a moment, looks at Squirrel, just wonders how much he can actually keep helping without making things, going too far.
All right. So I'm now going to send you one last thing.
Oh.
What I believe probably Chomper's default is. It is from Tales of Zestiria, track 5.
Ooh.
I like this one.
And you send that one to me, as well, DG. I like the Tales of Music.
Oh, by all means. Actually, I'll probably just put it in Lost in Chaos so everyone can get to it.
There.
Chomper has gained a unique ability. That is let's call it a ramping ability. Chomper, would you like to share the details?
It goes hard.
Hello?
Oh, well, sorry, I took a moment to listen to that and it was loud.
Fair.
Oh, okay.
Do repeat if you said anything, sorry.
We were mostly just waiting.
I will ask again if you would like to share the details of your new little toy.
Yes, I think it'd be good to share with the whole party, though, and I think everybody's kind of hidden. Or...
Okay.
Yeah. But oh, I guess I can share it out to the audience or everybody here, I suppose.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. So yeah, Chomper has now a new move, Battle Beat. It's all learned from basically learning the tempo of someone's pretty much intentions and flow of combat, but also this flow of their emotions. So yeah, I have it on screen. Daisy. Basically, it's the longer the combat draws on, he learns the rhythm of others and tries to adapt to that as needed. Every turn, he's gonna gain 1 rhythm point, and he can raise one of his stats and change his section, except for the soul save and crit chance, by exchanging them for points. And if it's rank 0, it raises it to 1. It's 1 point. If it's rank 1, it raises it to 2. It takes 2 points, brings up to rank 2. So on the and so on and so forth, with a maximum of 6. And yeah, you can try to use the heart sense mid combat, forfeits action, and points gained and or successes for 3 rounded. With 3 points of rhythm, and this is a new one with 3 points. Chomper can try to change the track to another person that you have deeply connected with. Oh, sheesh. That's cool.
Oh, this is
I like
actually a
that.
pretty cool skill.
Yeah, it's a very empathetic based focus skill. I like it.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Chomper learned a new skill, and it's derived from untapping that part of himself, processing that anger part. So, yeah, I like it a lot. And Sigmund helped with that.
Yes, as you have 1 sub-track.
Oh, that's a pretty cool skill, Rex, honestly.
Yeah.
Thumbs up, I approve.
And that is for when it is relevant.
Got you.
If you do indeed try to change the track, apart from the default for Battle Beat, it will take 3 points. And in time, when you deeply bond with others and have very emotional scenes with them, you may collect more.
So, okay.
Chomper will just have a collection of battle music.
He might. That really be so bad.
Sounds good to me. Well, that means everybody here, I hope you have a theme, battle theme. If not, I'll come up with something and throw it at you.
Well, the subtract that you have gained is not exactly what someone would think of a battle theme. It is more just deeply ominous.
Oh yeah, that's true. The one that you came for that one. I want to play it now. You said I should probably wait till it happens.
I mean, you can try it now, and you can tell me if it is wrong. But Fade.
Yes.
I would like you to make me an academics check
Oh boy.
for your the practice that you're doing right now.
Oh yeah, with the being under the tree. Yeah, okay.
Yes.
Academics. Do you have any particular attribute you want?
Not in particular.
All right. That's a lot of ones, but super luck. So.
Fair. Get out of here, you.
It's still
How dare.
it's still a 1.
Wow.
Wow.
The ones forgot their dance partners today.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I mean, I still got a willpower, I guess. So.
Fair enough. I mean, you don't need to. This is just him trying things after all.
Well, I know, but I kind of prefer to have things work, and also time has been going on for a while. We're probably going to sleep soon enough, or I could just have him take a rest. So.
A rest is fine, but all things considered, he may be slightly assuaged that something has been being gained from this little encounter.
Yeah. Although I do think I am going to. First, I'm gonna soul just to see what that changes.
Yes.
Not that much.
Get out
My
of here.
God.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I'm definitely
Well, that's 3 successes. Oh my. Okay, that's different. That's very different.
That's better. Oh, nice.
Ah, is this the miracle chain again?
okay. 1,
It
2,
is not.
3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I'll use his vigor, his 1 vigor to have that become a 9.
Okay.
Well, he's tapped out now. I guess he got the soul back. He still has soul.
Yes. All right. Well. All right. Certainly, your shadow energy is a lot more prominent than it used to be, but it's also less autonomous.
Yeah, that's expected.
You're going to have to be very deliberate with it.
Well, that's
As
a
it
good
will.
thing, I guess, that he's kind of forced to be authoritative right now, so. At the very
Quite
least, there's
so.
that.
You can manifest it as the potency is also not dim. And around here, it does seem that curiously enough, poison mana is fairly prominent. But that's besides the point, really.
Yeah. It's not like he really has a proper vessel or catalyst anyway, so this is just more of anecdotal interest.
And yes, with that, albeit brief, you can get dark energy to show up in another point in this shadow.
This will aid him further with his ranged attacks and the like. Let's go.
Hooray.
Is there anything else you want me to roll?
I think that should be all right for the time being.
Yep. Sounds good to me. By the way, yeah, he just kind of decided to go under a tree to be in shadow and practice some stuff while waiting.
Makes sense.
Without his shadow being autonomous, he kind of lost access to multiple moves, and it's probably a good idea to at least work towards getting those back. Because he kind of relied on his shadow doing a fair bit of the work normally, and now he kind of can't.
Makes sense.
So yeah, that's what he's going to be doing. I guess, Gimund, you were having Pyro go talk to the T-Mobation, right?
Yeah, probably to figure out more about what can be done with the stone because of what Chomper said.
All right. Those damn tall Zoroarks.
So, there. I know you said you can change one thing.
Don't try and get too fancy with extensions. I suppose I should say that first and foremost. Those are D6s.
Hey, that's not the right kind of dice. Whoops.
I don't think you're getting any. I don't think you're getting any successes out of that.
Well, it's not a 1.
Yeah. Okay, that was just Pass trying to sneak out, and that's a 3. Does he sneak out without being noticed?
Probably not by Sigmund.
If I saw that one,
Assisting Chomper, and Chomper's figuring something out, but Sigmund is a bit generally alert at most all times.
fair.
I think it'd also be possible because Squirrel is paying attention to things as a whole.
Ah, fair enough.
Gotta figure out which one of these. This one.
Damn.
Oh, dang that one.
Get out of here. Find your partner. You can't. Well, hold on. It's not.
I mean,
Well,
that was just.
okay.
I mean,
it's 2.
Yeah, I mean that was just a roll to see if he noticed Pass, right?
Yeah.
Be sure.
I actually won that one. Funny enough, I guess.
I mean, I'm debating if I want to soul that one of the ones.
I mean, it's up to you. Not sure if this roll is worth it. Is this worth it for that?
I'm not going to.
So, Pyro. Ask away.
So, how feasible would it be to make Chomper's thing achievable, I guess?
You mean removing the storyline restrictions?
Yeah.
It can be done. I just hard to say what all the effects of that would be. But I suppose we do have our time cat.
Well, I was wondering then, is it possible someone wish for someone to be able to make changes?
That that is also something we could do. Ideally, someone a bit careful that would try to examine the effect before initiating.
Yeah.
By the way, if nobody noticed Paz is sneaking out of the HUD, and he's not in a scene inside it in there, I kind of want Paz to be approaching the Zoroarks and Pyroclast.
By all means, I will not object if anyone else also wants to get involved.
You would probably be hearing the ending of that last part then, as you're...
Mm-hmm. Somebody that will be careful, you say? As is gonna interject.
Oh, hey. He asked if maybe it would be alright if, rather than using the stone to make a change, if we could use the stone to give someone the ability to make changes on their own.
IDDoThings tipped $10, Razim coins.
Ido, thank you so very much for that tip. Thank you so much for the support. I appreciate it so much.
Yeah, I mean, how feasible is that? Making somebody be able to change the wish at will. That kind of sounds like something we shouldn't be able to do if we already have a limit to just somebody just providing the wish as it is.
Well, once they're in that position, they'll have to first examine the extent of their abilities, what is going on behind the scenes, and the will of the wish. Because it's certainly not some autonomous force. There is something, some hint that is keeping things progressing, something that makes judgment calls somehow.
So there is something sentient behind the wish. Or
Maybe
somebody.
Not completely sentient, but there is something.
If I be honest, if I be honest, I personally just think like instead of trying to make something convoluted, I understand that if we can only change one thing about this, for us to just try to get Bane's protections for his spiral back, because I am, for the things that Elba told us earlier, I am kind of worried he's been in there for too long.
Yeah, that's a pretty good point.
And who knows how long we're going to stay inside here. I mean, you guys are dark types, all three of you. You guys should know more than me what being inside T3 for this long would do to a person.
Yeah. He's gonna need to consult his notes again.
Like, I know, like, from what little I know of this, I know that part of the wish was understanding Bane and the spiral from Chomper's perspective. So, if we're going to be rewriting something, and if we don't want to make it too complicated because we don't want to, like, whatever force made all these to misinterpret things or deliberately not do what we actually wanted to do, I would just like remove that part of the wish, understanding Bane or the spiral, or just wish to get his protections back because he needs them. You guys may not be. I mean, nobody's really is as close to Bane as Casa is. I know that's another thing that worries me, that Casa is not here for him at the moment. And well, I just can kind of see that Bane is just kind of cracking under whatever is he's dealing with inside of his mind at the moment, and he's barely keeping it together. And that scares me. Not going to lie, that scares me very much.
No, I get what you mean, but again, this is like group consensus. But certainly, if we were to make a wish, getting Vane his things back or stopping the wish from, like, keeping him from getting better, yeah, those are pretty high up there. In terms of my priorities, anyway.
That's nuts. Also, well, how much do you know of these wishes, Don? Because, well, you do seem to know your way around it, but you seem to be, like, very unsure of some things and sure of others.
Well, I know of situations like this, and then I've got this rock that lets me, like, see the grander scope with this as a connection point, I guess.
And there's nobody, and I don't imagine there's anybody else nearby that would know anything else of this, is there? Or anybody who you could contact? Or anybody else that knows about it?
Well, I could contact people. Getting them in, now that's questionable. Very questionable. Especially right now.
That sounds like it would probably need the charge itself.
Maybe. But the charge which we could use to just get out if we really wanted to.
As is gonna close his eyes and just think to himself, well, I know for a fact that nobody else in the party would know anything regarding this. The only one with any knowledge regarding this kind of stuff would be Bane, and well, he doesn't know much. Although I guess there is one more person. Hmm.
The whole reason I kind of brought up the designating someone to be able to make changes, sort of like altering settings and files and stuff, and Pyroclast starts swaying a little bit.
Well, if nothing else, I think if someone was promoted to that position with the wish, they'd at least get the right to negotiate with the wish.
Hey, TG, what is the role I do for meditation again?
All right. For meditation, that would probably be.
I'd say, yeah, I would say insight plus soul.
Okay. Taz is going to write something down on his notebook, and then he's going to begin try looking like he's meditating. Oh, nice. And solving that one. Nice. Six for meditation. Yeah, Paz is basically trying to bring out weight at the moment.
Alrighty then.
And he got a 6.
That is probably enough to at least talk to them and willingly change places with them.
Yeah. To kind of speak that along because I don't want to be talking to myself. We could just we could just kind of agree that a pass is just giving weight a baton pass at the moment.
Fair enough. And I suppose Wade would not
Yeah,
ask
he's not.
any questions.
He probably would, but he's still not unpicking stuff with Barney. He's not exactly sad of being given brains back of his own body.
True enough.
Scruff is still in the tree, so that was me rolling to see how much of everything going on he can see.
Alrighty.
But if we consider he's right above Vane, you could probably see Vane messing around with the whole shadow stuff.
Yeah. He'll keep an eye on Vane to make, just in case something goes wrong and it needs it needs medical attention. Otherwise, Scruff is content to remain in the tree. There's too much foot traffic down there, and he is a small bean.
E. Oh, all right. Passes. Suddenly at the Zoroarks and Pyroclast can see passes Krez just moving upwards, and then he suddenly opens his eyes, and his expression is not the as usual calm expression. His expression is he's looking both kind of annoyed and kind of like he's just been done. He's just been done. Um, he's just been done out of being upset for a while.
Oh. Hi.
Hi. Okay, who are you?
Artanis?
Have we met before?
He's gonna look over to Pyro like.
Pyro's still swaying a little bit.
Uh,
Thing.
we were just talking.
He switched places with me. He switched places with me all of a sudden. I suppose.
Oh, you're another personality. Okay. Cool.
I am not a personality.
Oh, righty then. Sure.
Wade is just gonna give a bit of a sigh and just say, "Can you give me a bit? Can you give me a bit of a recap of where the hell we are?"
Sure.
I mean, I suppose he has some notes for me. We kind of had that agreement going on, but at the same time, since you're here already, just give me a bit of a recap.
Okay. We are in a reenactment of the past via a wish. And there's some energy left over in this stone that connects to the wish. And we are trying to decide if we should make a change. Or rather, what change we should make with the last vestiges that are left in this stone, which was a catalyst for the entire wish.
Wade is going to close his eyes and wrap his arms around like he's just looking annoyed. Okay, I think I see what this sudden switch was for. Let me see. Your
Parameters. Area switch.
Okay. Wade is okay, and I'm going to make a roll with Wade of what you may call it, mind logic and lore to see if Wade knows anything about this wishing stone thing.
All right. Would you like to use the tower, or would you like to just roll? The tower has been kind before.
Let me try the tower.
Tower. We're gonna need 3 more dice.
Whoa, really?
Yes. Should I price the rules? one more. Okay. Let me just count these for a second. 2, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12.
Well, anyone's there that I could re-roll?
No, actually.
Wow. Well then. Okay, then what does Wade know then?
Okay. Taking the stone for yourself and giving it a thorough examination, this is particularly weird to you because this is unattributed divinity. This is god power with no god behind it.
As Wade is examining the stone, he's looking rather pensive and curious. Ah. This. What is this? I've actually this is something I haven't encountered before actually. Although, how much do you know about this stone, if you don't mind me asking?
Well, it seems to be the catalyst for the wish. Seems that Chomper did a little ritual on a random rock that he picked up, and then a couple of days later, it turned into this.
Do you know that? Are you aware that there's divine power behind the stone?
I have felt this, yes.
Do you know of which deity it belongs to?
Mhm.
I say that again.
No, I do not.
Wait, nods. Yeah, that's the thing, though. There is no deity behind this stone. This is just raw, divine energy.
This will work a brow. Huh.
It's not something I've encountered before, but well, I can at least feel this much. There's divine power behind it, but there's no god behind said divine power, which is concerning. That is not something that happens usually.
So that might be why why we can get away with some bullshit.
That may be the case. Yes. At the same time, I fear that it also make this thing fickle and volatile as well. Is there anything else that Wade found about the stone while inspecting it?
Well, there is a source, but the source isn't on the stage.
Ah. Huh. Trying to feel the energy behind the stone. Is some sort of source to it, but it's not. I do not think that it is in here, in this location we're at. Illusion. I guess I would call it. Thing is outside. I believe it's outside of it.
Uh,
Which I suppose I guess it makes sense why this thing seems to be out of power at the moment, or rather in low power. Whatever is granting it power, it's disconnected from it at the moment, somewhat disconnected at least.
but that is the most you get for the time being.
Yeah. Wait, Nazi just kind of gives the wishes stone back to Trano. That is the most that I can see about it. I imagine I get the feeling that this is the reason why Paz switched over with me. I mean, nobody else would know really about this thing, would they? He just kind of did it at the off chance that I may know something about it.
Well, you did figure something out.
Suppose I did. So, what exactly are we planning to do with all this then?
That was kind of up in the air. Right now, it seems to be split between three things.
Wade is just looking over to Pyroclast, and his vision looks suddenly surprised as he's just noticed that you were there. What are you doing here?
Oh, great. I'm gonna have to start explaining things. Oh, boy.
You don't need to. Unless Pass is a horrible writer, I will probably just get filled up whatever he wrote for me, if he did wrote anything. I'm just asking why you are here. You're that you're that idiot that ended up accusing 3 of the Team Chaos as members of being murderers.
Look, I've already been talked to about. Be told again.
Wait, nods. Okay.
Arcanus is not going to respond to that one, and he'll just bench that one for later and ask someone else other than Pyro.
So, back onto the original thing. First, Chomper sort of wants to eliminate the thing and to get Vane out of the spiral. And third, which is my designate someone to be able to make, I guess, both changes or attempt to.
Hmm. That third one. I'm not in. I mean, I can't say for certain, but I honestly cannot. I'm honestly not sure how exactly you'll be able to make that work. Although perhaps, since this power has no divinity behind it, maybe if somebody gets a hold of it, it wouldn't exactly fight you. If it can be claimed. But I'm not entirely sure if anybody would be able, if anybody here would be able to actually withstand such a thing, or rather know how to navigate it. Well, I suppose maybe. No, no, I couldn't be able to do that. I wouldn't be able to do that right now.
Can Verdant just randomly hold up a sign that says, "Who are the choices?" He's been standing there the whole time doing nothing.
Well, if you're looking for someone to claim divinity, Artanis is going to look over to Atrano.
Wade is also looking over to Atrano.
Pyroclast as well.
Atrano isn't really completely paying attention to the conversation. He's just looking over at the house and looking angry. Quietly fuming. Oh right, he's been like that for a little bit now.
What's wrong with What's wrong with Atrano? Did something happen that made him upset?
Oh man, you are really not in the loop. Okay, so do you know Sigmund?
That Del fucked with the very quiet with the very sour attitude, right?
That's
Doctor?
the one. Yep. All right. So we're watching his life, kind of, and apparently, it's been bad, like really bad. The sort of he murdered someone as a child, and we don't blame him. Bad.
Wade is slowly nodding his head up and down, and just closes his eyes as he says, I feel pity for him, and yet I am not surprised. Looking at the way he turned out. That is unfortunate.
Oh yeah. It's not been good, and I think he would have wanted to kill him personally.
Verdant's gonna hold up a sign that says, "I kinda wanted to."
Everyone here wanted to take turns murdering that man, if he was not already dead.
Give it pass.
Probably.
Okay then. So, wait, who are you? Wade is asking Burden that.
Verdant's gonna hold up a sign that says, "My name's Verdant, I'm probably in the notes." Smiley face.
Wade nods. All right. I guess I have a lot to catch up to. I just need a bit of time. At the moment, I need to converse. Are the rest of Team Chaos here? Because nobody else from this Chaos is actually nearby. That we can immediately see.
You know how I said about, I think it was reason 2?
Yes.
He's gonna point towards the tree with like probably just a dot of smoke coming from black smoke.
Veins spiraling hard, also like tier 3, and not getting better.
Wade's eyes go wide as he observes that. Ah. I have not seen such a high concentration of dark energy.
Yeah, that's sort of why it's one of the options.
You were going to say something, Tal?
Oh, I was just going to say, probably everyone has noticed that the smoke has gotten worse ever since he started actively doing something. Because now he's actually upping his output a bit on purpose instead of his ambient levels, which are already egregious.
Wade is just his expression is looking like he's trying not to look terrified, but he's failing at it. He's not terrified at pain, but he's terrified at just a very high concentration of dark energy surrounding the bird. That is not good. That is definitely not good.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure here's another issue. For Vane to go back to normal. The wish and
The wish, yes. Come on, speak.
Wish was to under and Vane and the Dark Spiral.
Yeah, and hence the wish peeled off his protections and he nosedived.
You can see Wade visibly try to slap his forehead with his stick fingers. Are you in the name of Arceus? Are you kidding me?
I swear in that fucker's name, I am not.
Wade is just going to give a very, very, very bad sigh. A long sigh. Okay, so we should probably begin gathering everybody up and just come to a consensus of what to do, like right now. This is a time-sensitive matter.
Yeah. Kind of why I even brought up the designated changemaker thing.
Oh, the idea is intriguing. If that divinity was claimed by some other god, I would say that the idea is foolish because whatever was doing this to us would fight you against trying to attempt that. But since there is actually no god behind this power, that might be something that actually works, but it wouldn't be something that anybody could be able to handle easily.
Except apparently Atrano over there.
Yes. Apparently. Well, he's not really paying attention to us, so... I mean, it's something that I could attempt myself, but don't exactly trust myself doing so in this body.
mean, you did seem to know a lot more than the other one. I think you did say last time you had this sort of thing going on.
I don't remember if I talked about this with you in your presence. But yes, I know it. I know a thing or two when it comes to divine energy.
I guess it's sort of like when I sort of I'll have to talk about more about that with you later. When we're not in this sort of situation.
Wade is going to nod and just say, well, where is everybody else? We need to gather them up then.
Well, Vane's over by the tree, obviously. And
yes, I know. Everybody else.
The other two are, or the other ones are, he's gonna point towards where Chomper and Squirrel are.
Okay, I'll just go get them myself. Where is the other one? I believe his name was Scruff.
I don't know where he is.
Oh, I think he's in the tree also.
Wade is not going to wait for us. I suppose he's just going to head to the hut.
The consensus remains unreached. But I suppose we have a better understanding of the choices available to us.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and Wade is just going to the hut and approaching Squirrel and Chomper. Hello?
Hello.
So
Hello.
you're going to the hut then?
Yeah,
Where... Yeah, alright, so Sigmund, Chomper, and Squirrel are there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because he'd noticed the shiny Fennekin that doesn't look more than 5.
Well, Squirrel would be standing there. He is quiet, but he is there.
Chomper is would be currently helping Sigmund pack up all the 40 things of food and the Big Apple into whatever packing things he can.
Rex, we might have a medical emergency.
Oh.
Oh.
I see.
I don't know if Holo
You wanna go
messaged you.
No, she has not, and I didn't see her in her room. Alright, I'm gonna be over there.
Rex and I are gonna need to be back in a bit. Sorry, everybody.
No.
Okay.
Okay. Alrighty. What else can we do in this time?
I guess Vane could try and have it show up in an unconnected shadow and see if that works at all.
Alright. Let's do vain things.
Yeah, the only two people that are aren't
hung up right now on stuff is just gonna be Vayne and Scruff. So
Yeah.
Yeah, with
Yeah.
probably Artanis going and explaining things to the rest of the group. So hopefully we can get a majority at some point.
Scruff is taking the opportunity to get some climbing practice done, and it's just, as usual, running in circles, but he's doing it around the tree trunk, like quite high up the tree trunk. He's just like spinning in circles around it. Climbing floors. Like he's running on the bark. Just rounding round and round, keeping an eye on things.
Pyro's just probably trying to recover from his little episode he got stuck in. Then immediately having to go into that conversation.
Alright, what do you want me to roll to see if Vayne can have it show up in an unconnected shadow?
Alright, this is not magic. This is just shadows.
And an egregious amount of dark type energy, yeah.
Oh, yes. Elusively so. I suppose probably just subterfuge.
Sure. Funnily enough, same roll. Oh my god.
That's a
And
tower
that 9
roll
counts.
right there, friendo.
And that 9 counts too, so.
It does. All right, I think success is invented.
That's draining power
Alright.
from the
Wait.
power tower.
Just out of principle, I'm gonna soul that one.
Fair enough.
Very nice.
It's literally only out of principle. I don't want that one there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17.
Well, damn. Yes. Yes, you can. God.
God damn. Hell, even if that 9 didn't count, that was still 5 10s on a roll of 10 dice.
What the hell?
With an explosion 10 as well.
Amazing.
No, the tower rolls don't even look that impressive. You. That's just a thing you can do, I guess.
I mean, I'm pretty sure the egregious amount of energy basically just brushing aside
I'm not
whatever
saying it's
resistance.
not thematically appropriate.
Yeah, I was about to say, I feel like he's more just able to go, oh hey, there's resistance because it's not connected anyway.
Anyways.
Anyway.
Okay. She is fine.
Okay, that's good.
Rex isn't back yet, but just general anxiety thing.
Fair.
Understandable.
So yeah. You were going to get Squirrel and Chomper?
Yeah.
Okay. Is there anybody else that we can move the scene over to until Rex gets back, or?
Oh,
Yeah, we're doing something with Bane at the moment.
Okay, I wasn't sure. Carry on then. Hello?
Oh, Cal disconnected.
Ooh.
Oh no.
That's
It must have gotten connection issues. Yeesh.
that's unfortunate.
Yeah, really, when you disconnect, you have connection issues online. Yeah,
There it is.
Oh, well, all right. Someone else then.
I mean, the only one available is Scruff.
Scruff is keeping an eye on Vane to make sure he doesn't, muck up and require medical attention or other people
What
require
is Elva doing with Lap and Vex and Verdant mayhaps?
Ah, good idea, actually.
Verdant's just been standing or the same place where everybody walked away from, so
Yeah, and probably Arcanus was discussing with them what the options were at the moment to see if they could either think of something new or just put in their 2 cents. Since this is a majority rule to decide what is up.
Elba is probably asking Lap and Bex what they think of this whole thing.
Lap says that he wants to veto because if they keep having a part in this, they can't be Team No Worries anymore. They're going to be Team Many Worries. And Vex looks a little bit like he's blue screening or failing to comprehend everything that is happening. Probably because he also watched a murder and isn't really fully understanding that the man looked like he was in a lot of pain and then just laid on the floor only to then get slowly dragged out of the house and left there. That's comfortable.
Oh yeah, and Lap himself probably wasn't too keen on watching that scene, that whole scene play out.
No, he probably tried to do something about it, but being ethereal, he's got like a 40% chance of doing anything, all of which he failed.
Yeah, and Elba probably saw him doing that because Elba notices when Lap is gone from his head, at least too many times. Elba's just going to give a bit of a sigh and nod. I mean, yeah, I understand. We can't just not participate here. I mean, we're stuck. We're stuck here whether we want to or not.
Oh. All right. So, all right. My thoughts then. That guy sucked. It sucked a lot, but like a crime is still a crime, right?
Yes.
But there's no authorities that won't murder.
Indeed. So, reporting Sigmund to the authorities is out of the question.
Fuck. Okay. And we can't just take him back to orphanage lady?
I mean, from what I've gathered, we're kind of just
still there.
Huh?
Is she even still there, do you think?
Well, I mean, she could be. I don't think that she would suddenly just disappear. At the same time, though, from the way we were fast forwarding earlier, it seems that we have gone 3 years into the future. So who knows what happened in the interim? I mean, from what I've gathered, from what the thing that everybody else has been saying, it seems like we're watching some sort of movie.
Hello.
Welcome back, Tal.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna assume that Steve got really mad at me for not thanking him for the good roll because he made my computer crash with the Windows blue screen overlaying my normal screen, like transparently. And then when I to try and join the call with that, it started restarting.
Damn.
Ha!
So I'm
I
going to assume that Steve got pissy. I'm sorry, Steve.
Oh my god.
Also, for some reason, my middle screen in particular is now no longer working.
Oh no.
Oh, don't worry. It'll just do this. He'll have it work again, but just to point out, if you check in Lost in Chaos, I do mean like just straight up like not on.
Ooh.
That is weird.
I mislike this.
Yeah, no, it's just gonna be like this until I restart my computer again.
Okay.
Fair enough. Yeah, we're waiting for you, Elba and Timoroy. We're just kind of talking amongst themselves just about what the thing that we have just witnessed.
Ah.
Yeah. Elba is going to go over towards Bex and just wrap his arms around him. Are you alright, Bex? I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry I let you see that. That is not something I should have allowed.
Oh, hey, good news. It just came back on.
Oh, nice.
He's not responding terribly much.
Bex? Elba's gonna put his flipper in front of Bex and just wave it around him.
Ooh.
Wave it in front of his face.
Huh? What?
Bex, are you alright? You were spacing out there for a moment.
Oh yeah. Sorry, I feel like I don't get it.
Elba,
I knocked on people before and they didn't. So when is he gonna get up?
Elba is just, his eyes are like going narrower than they usually do, and he's just looking into the distance, as if he's not entirely sure what to say right at this moment.
Lap is saying, Julie, remember how we said that this is all not real? He's out of lines. So he's not important anymore. So he is not a character anymore. So he's not gonna get more lines.
Oh, right. So he's like the part of
He's
this
not real. So it's just kind of like when you set a little. It's like when you set down your wooden block. Unless something else goes to get him, he's not doing things. Lat blinks a little. There's like trying to really emphasize this point, like, yee. And Vex seems to like, oh, he's not a real guy? No, of course he's not.
Elba nods up and down really fast.
Oh. Oh. Okay. Vex looks different now. It's like, oh, okay, I get it. Okay, I understand now. Just laughed, looking over to Elva like, I have earned forgiveness forever. I've earned.
Elba just gives a bit of a sigh and just gives. He also goes over to Lap and just gives him a big old bear hug. Thank you.
Fuck, I would have rather run than do that shit. My veins brow.
Thank you for not running away. I wouldn't have known what to say at that very moment. I was stuck.
God. Okay, well, I guess we're in it now.
Albert releases Lap from the embrace.
I hate work.
We need to work to eat. Remember that. Although I guess not. I guess in this specific situation we need to work to leave.
Oof. All right. Wish. Fucking admin thing. We can theoretically get everything with that, right?
Well, if it works out, the way those guys discuss and say will work out, then yes, I suppose. It's just the matter of who would be able to do that.
Hasn't that guy been like doing the spell thing since we began? Or maybe that Lycanroc? He seems like magic and shit.
Well, I don't know much about that Lycanroc, but he did seem to know about gods, and he seems to be under the protection or the grace of a god himself from outside of our world. So maybe he could know a thing of. Maybe he would be able to as well. I suppose. I guess it's an option. Well, yeah. And well, Trano did say that Atanis did say that Trano might be able to do it as well, but
it doesn't seem anyone involved then.
Yes. Well, until we've gathered everybody else, we can just we'll just. But we can gather everybody else. We just have to keep our opinions here and just share it once we can try and make a consensus.
Cool. When my heart recovers, I think I'm gonna go strangle Lap's dad for making me go through that.
Wait, who?
Sorry, I'm gonna strangle Vex's dad. Lap is on mine. How dare you make me parent?
Everybody's entirely sure what Lap is talking about, but he's just happy. He's just happy that he's actually contributing at the moment.
I would have rather told him where eggs come from.
Where what's come from?
I would have rather told him where eggs come from.
No.
To which Vex seems interested. Where do they? No.
A new supply. Come, steel yourself. We are building an army.
Merle_2009 just resubscribed for 24 months.
Merle, thank you so much for that resub. Thank you for your 2 years of support. I really appreciate it.
The moment Lap the moment Bex asked that and Lap sees any amount of interest in actually telling him about it, Lap is just going to stare at Lap really hard and then close his mouth, like actually put his flippers between his mouth, his mouth. No.
Yeah.
We will talk about this later, Bex. Okay?
Okay.
Elba removes the flipper.
Vex seems a little daunted by Lap's staunch and loud refusal.
You mean Belbas?
Also that, but like Lap was like also did very loudly say no when Vex asked.
Ah, fair. Okay, good. You know better than to bring that up in the air lap. You know better than to put that in the air lap.
I'm frustrated.
I know. Just get on top of my head and take a nap.
I'm going to nap, but I'm going to nap the angriest I've been in a long time. Angry napping comments.
Yeah, okay. I think we're done with the Tinobori scene. Is Rex back?
Yes, he is.
Rex is currently doing some cooking.
Right, never mind.
Yeah, we think part of it may be that she didn't eat, so he's preparing some food for her.
Ah, understandable. Okay, then we can go back to Bane, whatever he was doing.
Bane it is.
Alright. Vane had just gotten the really good roll, and then I didn't thank I didn't thank Steve fast enough, I guess.
Yeah, and then you got disconnected.
Well, yeah, because my entire computer restarted, so I mean,
Blue
that kind of tends to happen. Alright, so Vane had just gotten the really good roll and found out that, yes, he can, in fact, force the Dark-type energy through disconnected shadows and have it appear at the other end. Which means that the next logical extension of this sort of thing is doing it while he's not directly looking at it and having to focus on it. That is impractical in the middle of a fight. If he has to physically look at the destination with focus, well, then, he's quite literally giving a tell to everyone what he's trying to do, which he does not want to do. So he's gonna focus on doing it without directly looking at the thing. First, by doing it while it's still in his line of sight, but without actually looking at it, which, is gonna require a little bit of self-control, but, well, kind of been practicing that a bit recently. And then after that, slowly just move, trying to do it no look, trying to do all that. And then if he manages to get through that, then he's going to try and do it without knowing where the shadow is ahead of time. And try and feel out a valid shadow. That's the progression he's going to work through.
Fair enough.
Considering his current progress, he's just going to keep going until, it stops working. And then work on that. So, what do you want for that?
Let's see. Maybe ranged?
Yeah, I'm fine with that. Well, certainly not as impressive. But... I'm gonna soul that. Do sixes count since this is dark type shenaniganry?
Yes.
Alright, in that case, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Yes.
I only heard him say yes.
So,
okay.
Remind me again the details of what you're trying to accomplish.
Alright. So it's basically the same thing he was doing before, but this time without looking at it for the first thing. So, it's within his field of view, but he's not directly looking at it. That way, he's not directly telegraphing what he's doing in the middle of a fight. Then after that, he's going to go towards trying to do it towards a shadow that he knows is there and knows where it is. And, but, isn't looking at it actively. So, maybe behind him or something. And then after that, he's going to go and try it on something where, he knows there's going to be a shadow nearby, but doesn't know exactly where it is. And try and see if he could feel out, oh, hey, there's a valid location there. He's trying to see, how far he can push this disconnected thing. Does he have to know it's there? Does he have to know that one is nearby? Can he just, effectively send it and just find out.
Fair enough. Yes. It does seem that awareness is fairly important.
All right. So he has to be aware of it, but does he have to look at it directly? Or
He does not have to look at it directly.
And what about it being within his direct line of sight?
It also does not have to be in his direct line of sight.
All right. 2 out of 3 ain't bad.
Testing has been successful.
Yes, he has successfully tested what he wanted to. He is likely to at least get some of his stuff back, even if in a slightly different form. Great success.
Yes, indeed.
It would probably be vaguely at this point because, he's done all the testing that he actually wanted to do. He's gotten his results, and he's probably just going to look up into the tree and go, Scruff, are you just going to be up there for the foreseeable future?
He's keeping an eye on you. I don't think what else.
I just wanted to make sure that you would actually continue being up there before I stop tangentially paying attention to you up there.
I'll stay put. No running around like a lunatic around you.
Alright, in that case, Vane is instead going to turn to pulling out a notebook and meticulously keeping track of basically everything he learned in case he needs it for something later, pretty much, just to be like, oh hey, I forgot the exact details of this stage of testing. So he's not going to risk that, he's just going to write it down.
Whilst Scruff is staying in the tree, he is also walking around the circumference of the tree, staying on the tree.
Yeah.
He's just, like,
Vane
looking
saw
over
that.
the bar.
He doesn't mind that. It's just more like, hey, if I turn my attention away from you, you're going to disappear.
Yeah, no, he's gonna stay up there where he can keep an eye on everyone. It's far more efficient than being on the ground like this.
Yeah, so that's what Vane's gonna be doing. So what else could we have people do?
I think Chopper is available again. Or
Okay, good.
a bit more available.
Yes.
Ah, good. We can do the main thing now then. Let's go.
Go Wade.
Raharu?
Hello?
Yeah. Hello, there he is.
I was muted.
Oh,
I
okay.
get to do the thing.
I knew you were gonna say that. Unfortunately, yeah, that's just how it be. But yeah, Wade is approaching Chopper and Squirrel inside of Sigmund's hut. Well, you guys don't know that the pass just switched over, but so his pass basically approaching you guys, and well, Scroll knows nothing about this.
I have my headphones, which Chomper has his headphones on, correct?
Yes.
Currently listening in, would the music be probably picking up maybe a faint audio of Wade?
All right.
If Chopper is speaking, is kind of sensing Wade some music. It will probably something be like something very calm that gets partly interrupted by something very angry. Depending on how good your heart searching is for that.
So
Can I
it's
roll my
death
heart sense
metal.
perception? Death metal. Enja, may I roll a perception for that? Guess
Yes,
that's
you
probably
may.
a thing. I hear you walking up to me like freaking Dio, it seems.
Oh, yeah.
Menace. Oh, there's a load of ones here and there, though.
Well, you have soul.
Nah, I don't think I want to use it.
I don't think you need it. It's 2 1s, but you had a lot of successes.
So 5, I guess, if I count right.
Yes.
Chomper is going to kind of stop what they were doing, which currently I was going to ask if I could roll for cooking and crafting and whatnot, because I was currently working on making Sigmund some traveling food, talking about like making the dungeon food into more durable rations, granolifying them and whatnot, just kind of getting them more ready for travel, so that way Sigmund could take them with him and they would still last even longer, or they would be easier to carry.
I do want to remind you that dungeon food does not expire.
That makes sense.
That is why it is particularly pricey compared to normal food.
And I just gave him 40 of it. Just because it might be a little Chomper character growth there. He gave away all his food for Sigmund over there. I guess he might be prepping it to make it taste better then, adding some more seasonings and whatnot. But first and foremost, Chomper's gonna realize that there's somebody coming behind them that isn't like the same as, say, who's been in their group already, and then turn to see, well, not Paz, but Wade. And 2 and 2's gonna fit together pretty quickly. Chomper's gonna just address him as is. Oh, Wade, I see you've come out finally. Hey.
Wade is going to nod and just ask, "How are you doing at the moment?" Just bluntly ask that.
Better. It's been pretty stressful. Did they tell you everything, or do I need to tell you things?
I know enough, and the reason why I came here is because, well, we need to be gathered up to make a consensus on something.
Chomper nods. Okay, I just need a minute. I'm trying to get this food ready for Sigmund.
Wade is going to like tap his food. This is. Go ahead, but time is of the essence.
You're right. Okay, I'll finish up. And Chomper's gonna proceed to kind of gather what he's already kind of prepped, and then just kind of start stuffing it into the makeshift bags that he may have found around the area of the house, and kind of start saying his goodbyes to Sigmund. I wish I could give you something you can reach me at, but I think we're gonna meet each other in the future either way. Just Don't forget what I told you, okay?
He will nod, but he does seem to look at something on you. And it's not your
Something-
headphones. It's your badge.
Oh. Something on my badge? Oh, yeah.
I'm just going to write out, what is that?
Oh. This is my, well, I like to call it my friendship badge. It's supposed to be a guild badge, but the badge the badge he's pointing at, by the way, just to clarify, is it the friendship badge or is it the official badge?
I think you'd wear the friendship badge a bit more proudly
Yeah.
and prominently.
Yeah. This is my friendship badge. This is the one I care about. They have other ones that are more official, but this one means more to me. It shows that, you know, you're my friend, and I like to carry one with me too. You know what? And Chomper's going to actually proceed to take it off and hand it over to Sigmund. I can make another one. I don't have one to give to you right now, so just have mine. Because, well,
He's just going to start sketching an image of it with a note under, look for this.
repeat that last part.
Look for this.
Are you on
For
the
this?
new mic, by the way, Enja?
What?
Are you on the new mic?
I am? Yes?
Okay.
It sounds like he is, yeah.
Yeah.
Look for this? Like, look for another badge?
Oh, right. It's just Sigmund's voice.
Because
Yeah.
remember, there is no guild in this kingdom. So, those badges are far from common.
They're foreign.
Oh, that's right.
Squirrel's
Yeah, I
going
can
to
see-
go over and hold out his hand for the badge. I have an idea.
Oh? Okay. Chomper's gonna hand over the badge.
He is going to try and break it in half. It is metal, but he's also fighting type, so probably
Steel
should
type.
do a...
Oh boy.
Steel type effectiveness.
Oh yeah, he does have, he is super effective against it, isn't he?
Squirrel is super effective against friendship.
Well, I suppose if friendship was an element, it would be fairy.
Well, dang. I guess you are then.
Isn't fighting weak to fairy?
It's steel, right? It's still strong against fairy?
Well, he's not evolved yet, so I don't think he has steel typing yet. Because that's
He
when.
does-
True.
Yeah, fighting is weak against fairy.
Yeah, fighting is weak against fairy, but it's strong against it is strong against steel.
And
That's what
Zero's
okay, well-
strong against fairy, but he's not steel type.
Well, it's made of metal, so there we go. Stir those noodles.
I mean, we could argue. We could argue either way whether this badge is fairy type or steel type.
It's steel fairy.
I guess that just makes it neutral then.
5 for breaking it in half.
Yes, you are able to. However, you would have reduced difficulty because you helped make this.
Hooray.
Well, he's going to hand one half to Sigmund and the other half back to Chomper. Though Chomper stepped away at the moment.
He will hold it and does not seem particularly sure what to do with it. He then compares it to his image.
There we go. Don't think too much about it. It's it just means, you know, best friends forever. A little souvenir, something to remember me by, and remember that you always have a friend out there that's thinking of you, and that if you need to talk to, I'm here.
Low nodding.
I think we should get going with the others now.
Chomper smiles and nods.
Eddie's just looking at this here and he's just curious as to what Chomper was doing with this whole thing. But he just shakes his head once. Squirrel just says that we need to reconvene with the others. He nods. Yeah, we gotta. Come on, let's go.
Chomper's gonna look back one more time at Sigmund, and then follow the rest. And then turn back around and go like, "Hey, would you like to?" And then open their arms out in the gesture of a hug, and see where it goes from there.
Chomper's going to get his hug from Sigmund.
It is extremely probable. Someday, maybe.
Dang.
With persistent friendship akin to the level of that of CL. You are being
we did go back
befriended.
in time.
Please do not resist.
I mean, it's a good thing. It's a good thing. CL has been brainwashed all this time. Otherwise, that would not be a flattering comparison.
Alright, well, let's carry on, I suppose, right?
Yes. So, everyone gathers outside for a final decision.
So, what exactly do you guys want here?
Holds up a sign that has arrows pointing to Pyroclast and paths.
Wait is just folding his noodle arms and just speaking out loud because nobody else seems to be speaking. But we want to make a consensus of what to do when it comes to the writing the wishing stone.
Like I said, I don't particularly care what it is, so long as it makes sure that this doesn't happen again.
I do not blame you for that, for saying that. So what is everybody's opinions in this regard?
Chomper speaks up. I just want all of you to get out of here safely. And I do want to understand Vane better, but I think I understand them way more than I did before I got in here. And I think I know more about Sigmund now than I did before. But I really just want all of us to be safe, more than anything. If there's anything that does that, I'm for it.
I was just going to say, Scruff is still in the tree and can't give an opinion.
You're a bit quiet. What'd you say?
I was just going to say, Scruff is still in the tree and can't give an opinion.
Well, I mean, if it was a full group thing, Vane would have actually made sure Scruff got out of the tree.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. We wouldn't be starting this without you.
Yeah, part of the only reason that I didn't even mention is just because it was said that everyone was there, so.
Oh, okay.
Dun
I
dun
missed
dun
that.
dun 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 dun.
True.
Oh.
But, yeah, so Vane would make sure that Scruff gets out of the tree and joins the conversation if this is a all-team conversation
Okay.
thing.
Anybody else has anything to say?
All
Well,
right.
I mean, this
so
all rides on him, in my opinion, because he's
Yeah.
the one that's, made the wish originally and is the reason it's even at risk of possibly repeating if he doesn't feel fulfilled. So, personally, I don't particularly care so long as, my condition of this not happening again is met.
We need Vane to get his meds back.
I don't particularly think that should matter beyond this not happening again, considering we're already in a bad state with the timeline. I don't particularly want additional trips through time making it worse.
Hmm.
Mm.
Squirrel, what do you think?
Well, what exactly is the proposal for us to do?
Well, I guess technically we have 4 options. Or 4 things that I think we would all that we could agree to. One being remove the script and take the rails off this stage play. So then, well, there wouldn't be any rewinds, but I don't know if there'd be fast forwards either, and we'd, well, see what changes our effects would make in this stage.
That sounds like a terrible idea.
A full, complete what-if scenario with no fate.
That sounds
I
like a
don't feel like
terrible.
wasting 60... Well, Sigmund's how old now? I don't feel like wasting 50 plus years in this.
I don't feel like wandering around in this fucking kingdom.
That sounds like a terrible. That sounds like a terrible idea. After all, we're stuck either in the past or an illusion of the past. Who knows how long we're gonna be stay here if we're just taking off railings.
It's still worthy of mention. All right, second option. We get Vane's things back. The medicine and the equipment.
Uh-oh, the knock of death.
Oh no.
Hopefully it's just like, about the chicken and being given to dogs again or something.
Hopefully.
Burden's neighbors.
Turn.
Come back.
Welcome back.
Get Vane's things back. So that he can start being okay again.
I am perfectly stable right now. Again, it's more important that he just doesn't have this happen again.
I'm not looking forward to explaining to Kaza why you're like this.
And Scruff, I know that you would probably want this one the most, but unfortunately there's some issues if we go just primarily with this one.
What issues may those be?
The script may
Gimund? You cut out.
Oh.
So the script may, and then there was silence.
Oh.
Yeah.
The script may start by trying to reassert
You said the
itself.
script may start?
I think he was meaning to say interfering.
Yeah.
Apparently the script is just interfering with his voice right now.
It's been happening the entire time, so I mean...
Oh, yeah.
The script interferes with Pyro's voice. That'd be great.
But yeah. Hopefully this time it'll work. The way Chomper's wish is, it may try to reassert itself in some way if we changed it towards getting Vane's things back.
All right.
I mean,
Third option.
I mean, if you put it like that, then any rewriting would be what should I call it, resisted by the powers that are sustaining this. So
Third option. I try and do my best to locate the exit, and we just go and hope this wish doesn't happen again.
I mean, couldn't you if we're going to be rewriting this, could you just ask for the rewriting to happen, for the exit to be in front of us?
Theoretically, but we don't know what the exit is either.
Good point.
It could be something obvious, it could be something literally invisible.
That's a good point.
And that's why we have option 4, which is at least giving us more control over what we can do by designating someone as like a change maker.
Alright, I have an important question for that. if we're going to make it so that way, the big problem is that we only have enough power for one change left in the stone. That's correct, right?
Yeah, but we can use the charge to give someone admin privileges, basically.
Okay, that's where I'm going with this. We're effectively going to be wishing for more wishes with this. The power has to come from somewhere if we're going to do that. So where's the power going to come from?
Well,
For any future changes, that is.
as Wade discovered, whatever this power source is, it's divine in nature, but there's no god behind it.
It is unclaimed divine energy. There's no god behind it, so if we tried to hijack it, there wouldn't be like resistance to it, or at least not as much.
So it sounds like then whoever latches onto it will have to fund the changes with their own pool of power. Considering that it explicitly is going to be latching on to someone, and the original power source is what gave it the current amount, whoever we attach it to, it's going to draw all of the power for any changes from them.
Wait, nuts. Yes, that is the more likely scenario.
Which makes it risky.
Very much so.
Too risky.
You should. I would personally put myself as volunteer for this, because I am familiar with navigating divine energy, but at the same time, I don't think I have the power to do something of the sort at the moment.
Scruff is going to glare at Wade. As team medic, I strongly object.
Rob, could you come back
anyone else get
closer?
that?
I'll look at that. Scruff is going to glare at Wade. As team medic, I strongly object.
Wade just kind of nods a bit in resignation. He looks frustrated.
Chomper pipes up loudly. No, I put you all here. It was my fault. I should be the one that has to do this.
As team
Chomper,
medic,
it's not
I
about
strongly
willingness, it's
object.
about ability.
Well, it's my wish, right? So,
You might be at fault, but you're still part of the team.
yes. Either way, it was my wish, so wouldn't that be easier for me to do it then?
Not necessarily. Again, we're talking about unclaimed and attachable god power right now. Did you personally fund this? All of the magical energy for all of this? Or did it happen because it attached to someone else temporarily, and now the power from that is spent?
I don't know.
Well, hold on. There's one important thing. I've theorized that there's probably a form of sentience guiding this wish, or some kind of will. Ideally, I think the admin could negotiate with it.
That still doesn't bring up or actually address the problem of having to get additional power from somewhere,
Where does
somehow.
the fuel come from?
Well, that is if all the power is actually theoretically spent.
I think
We've not
they might
confirmed
run
that
out
that's the case.
but there's still a supply.
Rob, I can't,
Yeah, I
hear
can't
you
hear
at all.
you.
I just see your thing lighting up.
Yeah,
You're saying the flame might have gone out, but there's still a supply.
Right. There's no more in this rock, but the power source is not on this stage.
The power source
And
is
if there,
somewhere.
and if there is a will, it might still be connected to that.
The power source is definitely somewhere outside in the outside world. I could feel it.
Hmm.
Well, if we go about becoming an admin, but we don't actually have to spend our power about it, just discuss with whatever will made this thing. I suppose that's a different story.
Do we have any way of confirming that this will be the case?
That is true. What came about this theory? Either way.
Well, I did. How do I explain this? Me and Atrano have been testing with this thing, and things that go along with the wish. Easier to do, such as becoming invisible so that we could observe what we did, and then some earlier testing, trying to locate the exit, less easy. But the same amount of effort was applied. So then we tried some neutral things. And it seemed to pause, like our effect couldn't go into effect right away. Like it was like something was deciding.
Pondering.
It couldn't give a yes or no.
I see. That does make sense. That is a compelling argument towards trying to reason with whatever this is.
Well, in that
You
case,
stated that this was a divine energy.
Wade is looking at the Lycarod and nods. That is correct.
I may not have much experience with the variety available to this world. However, I do have quite extensive experience with divine energy of other worlds. I would be willing to do this.
Well, you are one of the candidates.
Wade is also crossing his arms. I mean, if I don't actually have to spend my own energy to talk with the consciousness of the wish, then I'd be willing to also become a candidate.
You are a divine attendant,
Scruff
aren't you?
glares at him.
Sorry, what did you said?
Arcanus. Oh yeah, you did say something about being a divine attendant, didn't you? Okay, we have one more candidate. But which one?
Well, Wade did say in our talk earlier that they probably wouldn't be able to do everything they possibly could do right now.
That is correct, but it doesn't change the fact that I do know my way around divine energy. If I don't
Yeah.
actually
You might, but does Paz?
Has definitely does not.
Then what happens when inevitably you switch while we're in here?
Ah, you're right. I mean, I was thinking that this would be something we would discuss with the entity right around now, and convince it to release us. But I suppose there's no guarantee that it would be that easy. You're right.
Yeah, we have a few things to discuss with whatever it is.
In any case, the safest option is going to be Atrano. If you do have to supply it with your own source of energy, Atrana is the best bet on that.
Yeah. He has been a host for a god before, or something to that effect. But
Wade is going to
we
look
shouldn't
at
rule out
Atrano like that.
him completely either, even if it is foreign divinity. He's got some traits. Are you good at talking? Are you terribly charismatic?
Boy.
He is asking Nim.
Oh.
Wade is just staring at Nim.
Repeat the question, please.
Are you good at talking? Are you really charismatic?
I would consider myself as such, yes.
He's not unhandsome. He's got that rugged look to him.
Yeah, he's definitely taught me a lot.
There is a clear difference between teaching skills and being charismatic.
All right.
No, I definitely wouldn't have made it through this week without his advice. So that's all I can say about him.
Again, you are vouching for his capability as a teacher.
Doesn't
That was
take
not
charisma?
the question. Would you say that Sigmund is very charismatic?
I wouldn't say he's a great teacher either, but
Didn't he actually teach you how?
I'd
I
say
mean, did
he's
he?
a good teacher.
Didn't he teach you how to? Didn't he teach you how to actually do a healing technique? Those are actually very difficult to learn, you know.
And he taught Scruff light screen.
I have a way to settle this. Why don't we all just vote for one or the other?
I will say, Nim does have 4 dots in persuasion.
out of character. I don't know how to argue someone's charisma and whatnot. I didn't really mean to back myself into the wall about the whole teacher thing, but I can't really do the back and forth infighting thing too much today, so I'm just gonna back out a little bit.
That's understandable.
So, a pretty easy way, instead of just arguing for the notions of charisma. All right, why don't we all just say who we want? Either vote for Atrano and Nim, and we tally them up.
Wade is just gonna sit out and observe what the others say.
Veda's gonna vote for Atrano just because he's the safest choice.
Scruff will pipe up and just go, sounds better than sitting here arguing. I vote for China.
Artanis, I'm biased. What? Not biased. But you are a handsome dog.
Just to be clear, Atranos was looking very irritable and angry earlier, right?
He does not seem to be generally happy with Sigmund's situation, and he is not afraid to let that be known.
I think it was glaring at the house specifically, so probably just at the memory of Piers.
Yeah.
Nim looks calm-headed, right?
Very much so.
Verdant knows that rage. He's going to vote for Nim.
Alrighty.
Chomper is going to think about it for not too long. Atrayu hasn't been getting better, but that's the same person that has, done pranks on pretty much everybody here.
That's Artanis.
No, that's
Artanis?
Artanis. Atrano is the other soror that asked to be our teacher.
Atrano is our
he's
team's
the more
teacher.
reserved one, and was the one that taught Paz the ice moves.
Oh, is that the one we're talking about that we're going to give
Yes.
you?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
The one that's teaching our team, yeah.
Gotcha. Okay, that makes it a little less harder when it comes to back and forth. Let's quick shot, boom, but still, Chomper's gonna pick them. So.
Yep. Already then. Elva.
Elba is asking the rest of his team what they think at the moment.
Lap says Nim. Vex says Atrano.
He's asking them why.
Vex likes someone who is angry and lets other people know that he is angry. Ergo, I don't want to be mature when I'm confused.
You know where you stand with someone who wears their heart on their sleeve.
Yeah. And what does Lap think?
He wants Nim. It would be really cool to have someone who's just level-headed.
Elba
in this situation where everything's confusing.
Elba just nods, and he doesn't know much about either Atrano or Nim. He knows them. He knows neither of them personally. He's only been here for half a day. So I am doing a coin toss here.
Okay.
Nice.
Yeah, gotta go with a 6. Below 3 and below is Nim. 4 and above is Trano.
Okay.
It is a Trano.
All right. So that is 5 votes to Toronto, 3 votes Nim. It could have been a tie, and then Wade would have had to make a choice.
Squirrel is voting Nim, mostly because he does not trust any Zoroarks.
Thank you. I forgot Squirrels. Okay, then it is much closer.
Have Beta and Pyroclast voted yet?
They Pyroclast hasn't voted.
Pyro hasn't, Vane has.
Right. Pyro.
So, Edge, what do you think?
Didn't your data sphere connect with them? Your archive?
That was Artanis.
They're in the same organization. Get some brownie points, why don't you? Get some brownie.
Unfortunately,
Come on, I know you
I have to. I have to say that being level-headed with this kind of power is more important, I think. Especially with what Lap was saying over there. So I vote Nim.
And thus we're tied.
And thus we're tied. All right, Wade.
Well, there's also Edge. Edge
Oh,
is not
you're
voted.
right. Edge is
He
not
literally
voted.
just got asked who, but yeah.
Bane voted, right? He voted
Yeah,
for
Bane voted
Atrano.
for Atrano.
Right.
Atrano has been shown to be able to at least handle that kind of supply of power source before.
Mhm.
And so he basically, Atrano, even if it is the worst case scenario, you do have to supply it personally, he can at least manage it if it is the case. Nim has not shown that sort of capability to him, so he's just like, well, the safest option is Atrano.
Yeah, that's fair. And I guess Edge is not gonna vote.
He's thinking about it. But, also, for the most part, he's usually on Pyro's side. Because Pyro is the user of the sword. But at the same time, mysterious organization that probably has their answers. Get in. These motherfuckers are the closest thing we have to any answers for Pyroclast. And they got the drop on him and offered. And also, he's a student at whatever this is now. Did you just enroll for college classes? With what money? What'd you put for collateral? Pyro!
Well, let's just say he had a very special sword.
I better not be your collateral.
He spoke too low for that to come through.
I better not be your collateral, or I shall offer your tail in my place. just like the meme of tightly gripping the shoulder with an intense glare into his eye. Primer, what is your collateral?
I didn't look through it yet.
What you mean? Maybe I'll also roll. Option 1, brown nosing. Option 2, just side with Pyro. Well, alrighty then. He rolled 6. It's a try. Alright. The dice decide.
The dice got rolled twice, and both dice picked Atrano.
Dice, how could you do this?
It was a tie up until this point. If literally one of those dice rolls went with Nim, he would have won.
Indeed.
Zim, the dice have forsaken you.
Tower Power has said, no, Loki.
And when is just going to shrug his shoulders and just shakes his head. I do not care. I do not care either way. I would prefer if I could be the one to do it, but I know we would actually. I know we would actually be at a very bad position if I suddenly switch over to pass in the middle of that. So let's just go with this. It's better not to turn this into another tiebreaker that we won't be able to win.
Yeah.
Lap raises his hands. What if I evolve and do I get another vote because I'm a different person now?
No, unfortunately.
Okay, but what if you devolve also?
Verdun writes out, don't recommend that. By the way, did anybody ask Atrano if he was willing?
Atrano does nod and say like, yeah, I'm willing. It's just I'd forgotten that people could suck this much. It's been a while.
Verdun writes out, I hate this kingdom with a passion.
Unfortunately, Ido's not here, so we can't have Aquarelle's vote in here.
It is tragic.
Yeah.
It would be
He is
really
the
funny
boy.
if he had brought it back up to a tie.
Then Wade would actually have to be the tiebreaker.
You must vote. And then Paz votes the other way, and everyone is mad.
To be fair, that would be fucking hilarious.
Indeed.
Oh no, we have an actually even number of votes. Orphanage director, flip a coin.
I like how completely unnecessary that is.
Considering
We could flip a coin ourselves. If it's a coin flip, anyone could do it.
Yes, but she is an outsider. She is an outsider with actually 0 bias.
Excellent.
Anyway, Atrano is just going to ask, so how do we start? To which Artana says, well, I use this rock and well, visually I'm not sure how this is going to go. Effectively, however, I'm going to be crushing this. I'm going to be crushing this rock and then inscribing its symbol onto you somewhere. So I guess where do you want it? Is my palm fine? Wait, does this hurt? Is my palm still going to be usable? Yes, this should be fine. I'm basically just drawing on you. So there's not going to be any effects if I curl my fist, and that won't disrupt the symbol. No, it will not. It's magic. Just making sure, because it is on a very firm, unyielding surface after all. So I was considering if that indicated that the lines also themselves had to be firm. No, they don't. All right, just due diligence, you know.
Thumbs up. If you're afraid that your body might be damaged, the divine power shouldn't actually do that to you. If your body can actually take it and it doesn't reject you, and since the power is unclaimed, there is no reason for it to do so.
He is going to hold out his hand as Artanis crushes the rock into a powder, and then starts drawing with the stone's dust. until it is all gone, and something feels a little different as a small breeze seems to come from nowhere in particular. As
Elvis.
he will flex his hand experimentally. Oh. Hey, alright, so, update. I can see the script and the fail states, so I guess if you've got questions, ask away.
Assuming that we don't have any resets, how long is this going to take?
Let's see, let me skim. Let's see. Meeting with CL, fast forward, joining the guild, finding CL again, making team. Oh, we don't follow him when he leaves the world.
Does that count going into heaven?
Right, we don't see the heaven stuff either.
Vane legitimately seems a bit disappointed.
Wade also seems a bit disappointed.
That would have been really good information to get. Plus, we would have gotten to see God get stabbed in the throat, so there's also that.
No, that seems to have taken place on the mortal plane.
Oh, it did? Great.
Yeah, let's see. It happened immediately after Tree was blown up, and Tree is not in heaven, so...
Ah, okay.
Oh, hey, Nim, you can observe your daughter getting blown up. Isn't that great? I'm saying this out of character, by the way.
Definitely not something he would consider good.
The one time Sigmund loses is fucking cool. This is... Only further inclining that, yes, they are going to be the best friends forever. You only get mad when your friends are attacked, after all.
That is true.
You only get truly furious. Oh.
Ah. Humbug.
Apparently the cat has something to say.
Cat
Can you
says
hear
meow.
him? Or
Yes.
Okay. Say hello.
That's a chitter chatter right
Let's
there.
say hi.
He wanted to be known, I guess. That or he wanted my chicken bone.
Most likely that.
Both is very likely.
Also, am I the only one where the first time the cat came through, they thought it was Gimund squeaking?
I thought
Oh, I totally did.
100% yes.
Me too.
No, I did not come to that conclusion, but okay.
To be fair, you
Well,
can hear
to-
the cat in real life. So
Yeah, you're sitting right next to the cat, so you know the source, but for the rest of us...
Yeah.
it just sounded like a squeak, which was very likely to be Gimund.
Yeah.
Like that one.
Yeah, like that one.
Noted.
But back to the original question, about how long is this going to take?
Uh, 2 days maybe? Maybe less if we just hit the objectives, and that's about it.
Is there any ways for us to get Bane's stuff back?
I'll have to start negotiations. So let me. And he's going to fold his arms and close his eyes. Raising one eyebrow as if passively confused. Huh? Well, your answer is kind of. It is willing to rescind since, on confirmation that Chomper has learned sufficiently about the Dark Spiral.
Cuts to Chomper cross-eyed.
Chomper, please. Please say that you have.
In
Thumbs up, cross-eyed.
It's like Elba's whole lecture didn't even matter.
God.
Jumper?
You good over there, little guy?
Yeah, out of character. Are they actually like addressing Chomper from outside the thing right now?
Yes.
Okay. Anyway, jokes aside, Chomper nods. I've learned a lot more about it since before I came in here. Yes.
Already then. All right. It will not bring it back, but it will let me make new medicine as long as I have items of equivalent value. Vane, did you pick up anything when you went out?
Yeah, I picked up a lot of stuff.
Ooh, can I see that? Or some of it?
Yeah, Van is just going to dump out a sunstone, a pair of nuggets, and a star piece, and just go, I don't get why you're all so focused on this, but obviously we're not moving on without it, so here you go.
Alright.
By the way, for everyone else, Vane just dumped, what was it, like 60-something thousand Poke on the ground, effectively?
Yeah.
Elba's eyes go wide when he sees all that, because he knows how valuable all this stuff is.
Yeah, there's an evolution item, 2 nuggets, each of worth 10,000, so that's 40,000, and then a star piece, which is 12,000, so, like, 52,000.
Atrano is going to take 1 nugget and the sunstone. Alright, that should make plenty.
Pyroclast is just looking at the star piece and like vibrating in place.
Vane is taking back the remaining nugget and star piece.
He looks at it.
By the way, you guys have no clue where we pulled this from.
Yeah.
He just kind of like reached into his like neckerchief thing and pulled it out from some of the folds.
He's going to press his 2 palms together as if he were squeezing them to dust before unfurling and revealing an amount of the medicine but he will first raise, or he will first ask, "Hey, so just for future reference, could you write down your feelings and thoughts as a journal entry since this began? Just
Why
for
would I do
later, just for later reference so that I can understand."
You want me to write down my emotions so you can understand something?
Oh, well, you're clearly in a different state of mind, since I think that the current you would not have drafted up the mission that your team is currently doing.
Drafted up the mission.
Elva's just blinking at what Trano just said. What in the world are you talking about?
So, when it comes to missions, what are you talking about?
I think he means the contract.
That one.
You were there for that. He did it so that.
Yeah, I want his perspective. This Vane's perspective.
Ah, I see.
I see literally no reason to do this.
Chomper's starting to feel a little kind of concerned.
Because it would be an itemized report that Chomper can review.
I'll do it at the end if we still haven't left.
All right. And he's going to offer Vane a pill.
Basically he does not exactly seem enthused with this entire thing, much less after being asked to literally write a journal of his feelings while in the tier 3 of Spiral.
Yeah.
He's not exactly he's not exactly as willing to go along with things right now.
Yeah. To which Artanis is going to clear his throat and say, all right, Toronto, maybe I'll... Vane, I believe I noticed you practicing earlier, and you're, It must be a bit more difficult not having access to your shadows again, is it?
It certainly changes things, considering the section of my moveset that was based off of it. However, there was compensation for it, because now that my shadow is reintegrated, I do have additional power that I'm able to put into my more basic moves.
Right.
But so it changes things, and now I'm working to get it back.
Right. And the pill would effectively just give you back your shadow, which can handle more complex orders with ease, especially if you have just time to train with it, which it seems that you probably will, as you yourself don't need to have any interaction with Sigmund yourself.
And what about if something, not like this, but something pulls my normal protections away from me again? This seems like the perfect time to actually train without them, so that way I can actually, use my main moves and my supplementary moves when I'm in this sort of state.
This is true, but while we have, while Toronto has negotiated, he has gotten the the condition for learning about the dark spiral away, but learning about you is still seemingly present. So I think now that he's seen this side of you, I think with these and your emotional shunt, socializing is going to be a lot easier.
I don't care about socializing.
Well, unfortunately, that is a mission requirement. Unless you have ways of teaching him about you without talking to him. Or writing a report.
I did say I would write the report if we were at the end and we were still here.
It's not really like you to put things off.
I'm not putting things off. I have other things I want to focus on, other than useless stuff. It'll only become useful if at the end of this we're still here.
Alrighty then. Artanis is gonna have to think about this.
Elba is just shaking his head.
Chomper's taking notes.
Just as an out-of-game hint, remember what got Vane to actually take medicine in Tier 3 last time?
No.
You're right.
What was it?
It was Sigmund talking about how he was upsetting Kaza by not doing it.
Unfortunately, Artanis doesn't know that.
I know, I'm just saying for the rest of the people that were there. This is an
Was
out-of-game hint.
Chomper there?
Yes, he
Yes.
Was Way there?
All right.
No, it has.
Chomper's
sure
gonna
it was.
step up then. In that case. Hey, Vane. You
What
know
is
that
Chomper?
if you don't take the medicine, we don't get back sooner than later. It's gonna, make Kaza sad. Probably causing to have to be without us for a lot longer. I think we should, do whatever we can to get back sooner.
Vane is going to look over at Atrano and then just ask, does the time we spend in here correlate to the time that passes in the real world?
Not particularly. I don't think so. But the longer you do stay in this state, the longer there are probably going to be long-term behavioral changes that will be noticeable.
I don't particularly care.
Under Chomper's breath, I do.
Out of character, why are you making this worse?
He's trying to remain very logical.
Elba just has his flipper like curled up on a face at the moment. He really wants to like slap Atrano at the moment.
To which Artanis is also going to take the hand and say, yes. However, on that note, we are probably going to have to end up telling Kaza all about this. Because he is a teammate and should be informed, and we're probably going to put this all down in writing so that we can organize everything that we learned, meaning that he's going to...
Casa probably wouldn't want you to remain without your medicine for such a long time inside of this illusion.
That is correct.
This is Wade saying this.
Especially since it was forcefully deprived from you in the first place.
Oh boy. A 10. It doesn't want to let me roll again. This is strange. Oh, hey, there was a 9 there anyway.
Ray.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, that'll 7 on a willpower integrity. Yeah, he'll actually take the medicine at that.
Wade is giving is giving a bit of a sigh.
Ditto.
So yeah, Vane will be taking his medicine, did you?
Hooray!
Yay.
It's taking effect fairly quickly, but it is certainly a sight to behold as the fog stops dissipating, but remains emitting. So there's just a dark sphere becoming increasingly darker as time passes before it seems to almost liquidize and starts flowing onto the floor soundlessly before flattening and sinking.
Well, I guess the comparisons of Vane's Shadow and Noah's bullshit is going to be strengthened in the Thursday group's mind. They just saw it become a 3D blob of shadow before sinking into a 2-dimensional space. Great.
Excellent.
Yep. Well, we've got enough medicine for 14 more days. More than enough, I think. How are you doing?
Just have to adjust. The medicine is not exactly the most comfortable thing to have take effect for Vane.
No.
It does quite literally sap him of so much energy. And kind of ooze it away. So he is not looking the best right now. Although considering what he was like before, it's definitely an improvement by all measures.
This man is not Daishobu.
Elvin's gonna approach Ben and ask him, do you need somebody to lean on at the moment? You look like you're about to pass out.
Chomper nods and offers a berry.
I'm not about to pass out. It's just... It's not painful or anything.
It's like a caffeine crash.
Yes, I can see that, but that still doesn't... my offer still stands.
Barry nudges closer.
I've stayed up for multiple days at a time. This is fine.
Just because you did it doesn't mean it's good for you and you don't need to get your nutrition back up afterwards.
Chomper, I'm not wasting a berry on this.
You're not a waste of a berry.
We don't have... The only way that we can resupply stuff is by having our new admin over here make it.
I'm not going to leave you alone until you take the berry.
Fine, then I guess you're just going to be around then.
Okay.
I don't want to waste what little medicine we actually have on me being tired.
I hope this berry doesn't rot in my hands. That would suck.
No, hold on. This might mean that he'll sleep properly. We should take it. We should just take that one.
What? What did he say?
He might sleep properly.
I sleep enough to function.
And if you're tired, that will increase.
Remember when you were scolding me about stuff like this? I think it's your turn to get some rest. You're gonna crash, and then what if we're in danger and you can't function good? Chomper's looking very stern and adamant about this.
If I was going to pass out, I would have done that a long, long time ago. Look, can we just move this along? We only have, well, counting the 24 hours that's going to be ticking now, we have 15 days worth of medicine to get through 2 days of material. And if I know anything about what's coming, and I do, there might be a reset or two.
Okay. So,
I don't particularly see the need for me to get sleep just because of this.
I mean, if we're going to stay here for days, we're going to have to sleep at some point.
Yes, and when it is time for sleep is when I will sleep.
You know,
all right,
actually,
Mono. Get back to negotiating. See what you can do.
you know, actually, wouldn't be a bad idea. Wouldn't be a bad idea to actually take some of that rest right now. If I be honest, I mean, you guys are probably somewhat outright, but I mean, it has been only half a day since me and the rest of us kind of just confronted a god, and Squirrel is actually still very much beat up at the moment. I think maybe taking a moment to rest wouldn't be a bad idea. So why don't we just take it together?
Well, I guess that house isn't occupied.
It's Sigmund left.
No. But, I mean, the house is less occupied. I don't think Sigmund cared if other people were there. So, ergo, I think there's room. And this is literally an extremely isolated spot. If a shiny was there for 5 years with no issue. Probably just due to his repugnant reputation.
More than likely. By the way, is his corpse still there?
Yes.
Yeah.
Just cuts to the corpse like Kung Pao. His hair flies. Jeez.
The flies are repelled.
It's just a bunch of miniature beetles.
Even flies don't want anything to do with this man after death.
Just, ew, gross. Him?
So what does Ben say about taking a rest after what Eva just said?
Vane is just going to go. I mean, I don't particularly. Fine, I'll ask this. Atrado, are we going to have to abide by an actual day-night cycle here, or is it just going to be whatever time it is in the memories?
Whatever time it is in the memories, but it seems that since this is a recreation, it's not going to be completely down to the minute. It is when it happened, so time is a bit subjective in this.
Fine, most of these memories are going to be in the day anyway, then.
Yep.
That's why temporal mechanics are annoying.
out of all the gods that this unclaimed divinity had to mimic, it had to be Dialga.
To be fair, there's also an argument for Palkia, considering that apparently this is a space separate from the original.
Yeah, it had to be Dialga or Palkia.
Also, hi, Wade.
Hello there, Bane. How long has it been since the last time we saw each other?
I mean, I've seen you around, but it isn't like you're out as often as Paz is, so.
Yes. He brought me out because apparently, well, he didn't say anything, but I pretty much assumed that he brought me out because we needed some help with this wishing stone thingy, and I actually ended up knowing a thing or two about this.
If he's asking for help, why isn't he telling you anything?
I think he may have just been done very quickly, or well, maybe we're still kind of awkward between each other. Not gonna lie.
He's just gonna frown a bit and go, "That's still not a reason to actually not share pertinent information with each other."
Well, at the very least, I do have this notebook. Where is gonna bring out the notebook. I think he has been like writing down all this stuff that has been happening here. That is, like we said, we would do to each other. So at the very least, he's been keeping that up. Sorry, I can't really speak for him.
Well, fine, whatever. We're going to have to get sleep at some point soon, it seems, so...
Wait, nuts.
If we want to make this our official rest spot, then sure, go ahead.
Elba is looking at Chopper and gives him a smile.
Congratulations, you get to bunk with Sigmund, or whatever you want.
Did Chopper smiles back.
Okay, then I suppose unless anybody has any objections, we're gonna probably try to set up ourselves for resting up, because we really need it, honestly. The side party needs it. The side party needs it, and the main party needs it a little bit less, but still needs it.
Out of character, we have not had a resting period, I think, in a bit. Even when we're at the orphanage, we're just kind of chilling, waiting to like not be like attacked or something. So,
Yeah.
also, are we getting close to
Vayne's
that
handling
time?
part of it.
So now it is time to sleep.
Small
Long rest.
reminder that this entire time Verdant's only been conscious because he chose to be conscious and has been forcing himself to be conscious.
Oh boy.
He is going to crash immediately.
He's
Well-
going to not lay down, he's just going to slowly fall over when he finally lets go. The thing Bane was worried about happening.
Yeah, but, you know, he was just kind of... At first he cared about it, and then he went into Spiral, and then he gave exactly 0 fucks about it, so...
Negative.
Yes, Verdant has a lot of negatives right now. There's a reason why I've been avoiding rolling anything.
I guess during the rest period, Pyroclast to Scruff. Because we actually never got to get the response to that last time.
What are you doing, Pyroclast?
He's going over to Scruff.
Scruff is watching.
Wade is observing. He's kind of wary of Pyroclast at the moment, so he's just seeing what the hell is happening.
Scruff starts to zone out in the awkward silence and just starts moving up the side of a tree. Snuffle, snuffle, snuffle.
Scruff, are you even aware of what I said earlier?
He hears his name and turns around, like head tilted.
I'm going to take that as a no. So... Are you still upset about what I said? Because I know it wasn't exactly a... No, it was a bad thing I did, but...
You yelled accusations at half my team with your hand on your sword.
Yeah. I know why I did it now, it's just they're not good reasons.
Rarely do good reasons lead to drawing weapons, or threatening to.
Yeah. You know, back when we got back here in the library, what you did there kind of reminded me of probably my favorite memory I've gotten back.
The library?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're gonna have to be more specific. We spent a lot of time over in the library.
Oh, when we sort of first got ported back, and there was the kind of the argument about Vane and stuff.
Ah, yes. Don't do that going forwards.
You see, related to a bit of my human Pokemon side, in that one of the memories is that when I was a kid, well, let's just say I was a bully. And I was beating up this guy. Points at Edge.
Edge frowns to the best of his abilities.
You were beating up someone who Who's a
Hold
blade.
on, I'm getting to the point. And then, this guy's friend, the friend we are looking for, taught me a lot of things. Sort of got into a bit of a fight, and I understood that what I was doing was definitely wrong. Of course, the fault wasn't entirely my own, but it was my fault. He sort of looks down. Although, after that, we, through various things, all three of us eventually became friends. No one.
Well.
None of us are really perfect, but I at least try to admit my faults.
You acknowledge your faults and you apologize for them. That's a good start.
Yeah.
I'd say you're back on even ground for now.
Also, Scruff, this is kind of related to what you told me in there, but I'm saying this more as a safety thing rather than a threat. Don't touch this guy's hilt unless you want your life force drained. Please don't touch it.
I don't do that all the time.
Scruff is
Gosh.
gonna look at Edge and he's gonna look him up and down and then just tilt his head in confusion, just go, I'm not in the business for randomly picking people up without consent. Yeah, you might want to look to Chomper and Squirrel for that one.
I
Well,
go
I
in there.
Well, I'm just giving everyone the warning.
Noted. If I ever have to, I'll use Shadow Claw. And I say have to as medic. Like, if you've fallen off something high or the like.
Pyroclast is now thinking to himself, would that actually work? Given things? Huh.
Does he say that or does he think it?
No, he's thinking it to himself.
Because Scruff's already considering if that doesn't work, like, he could dispel it so he'll drop it anyway.
But yeah, if you ever need to pick up Edge, you can pick him up by the blade. I know it's not ideal, but it's the safest option.
So I'm gonna look at Edge and just go, We need to get you a scabbard or something.
Yeah, he is a scabbard.
Well, why not pick him up with a scabbard then? That's the point of a scabbard.
Well, this is more in a fight. He doesn't. He's unsheathed and yeah.
Well, I suppose. Either way, noted.
Yeah.
So we are at the point where we should be wrapping things up.
Yep.
Next time, then.
Where's our cliffhanger? Where's the big dragon or the bomb that goes off in the background or something?
Oh, I can handle that. Vane says he's gonna go for a walk before actually sleeping.
Oh.
Oh, that's enough right there.
Yeah, there you go. That could be a cliffhanger for you guys.
If Vane
Scruff
didn't, I
will.
did have something.
Scruff would have probably made it known that he'll be keeping an eye on people, especially where there might be hazards. So, like, Vane may or may not get followed
He
at a
might, but he's
respectful
also
distance. But
he is also basically going to clarify and say that he was just going to walk around the house for his walk, like, you know, in the tree line around the house.
Wade
He's
would
not
probably.
wandering far.
Yeah.
Scruff counters it by just silently climbing onto the roof, just straight up the wall and onto the roof of the house, just so he can see all around it.
Chomper
I mean,
has already
alright.
placed a tracking device on you, Vane, when you wasn't looking, so that way I know exactly where you're going and I'm going to follow you next game.
All right, do you want to
I'll
roll?
take it to the next
wanna
level.
roll-
That's
Do you want
far
to
too
roll
much
against his
effort.
investigation skill? Do you want to roll
Guys,
against
we should
Vane's
probably call this
investigation?
soon. Chill.
You know, if you're actually going to do that, Wade would actually ask you if you would mind having some company because Wade Wade isn't actually sleeping. He just woke up.
Vane will just go, I don't mind having company for part of it, but part of the whole I want to go on a walk alone is so I can think about some things and be alone for a little bit.
That is not the.
So I don't mind you accompanying me with part of it, but I am going to be alone for part of it.
That's fair. I do not mind. I do not mind those arrangements.
Rex Strider apologizes for asking for a cliffhanger.
Hey, you asked for the cliffhanger.
You asked for
I
it.
know. I didn't expect the counterplay.
You didn't expect your bluff to be called. I get it.
Well, not the
Be
bluff part, just the counterplay. I'm
Be
okay
caref-
with what you did.
Be careful what you wish for, Chopper. You already had a wish backfire on you already.
True. Chomper didn't have anything else to do tonight besides like literally walk up to Squirrel for a moment and look like he's about to have a big conversation to immediately go, I hope you have a good night, Squirrel. And then go and leave them thinking I should really let them sleep. They've had a long, long day. And there's no conversation after that.
Eva will probably say to you, yeah, he definitely needs the rest. I think we all do, honestly. You should even if you don't particularly feel sleepy at the moment, you should probably try at least rest up, Chomper. I think you've been through a lot in the last however many hours we've been in here. Now that I think about it, I have no idea.
Chomper doesn't really answer, but just nods. You get some rest as well. Man also looks over at Nim and does the same thing too for Nim.
Sleep well, Chomper. Alright, so before we keep this going even longer, thank you everybody for joining us today for this, for Lost in Chaos Scar. Check out our website, zgfgaming.com. We've got links for our Discord, Telegram, Mastodon, Blue Sky, Patreon, and more. There on the website, as well as down in the description below through our link tree. Thank you to my patrons, tippers, and subscribers. It is your support that keeps this channel alive and going. I cannot do this without your guys' help and your support, so thank you. Consider becoming a patron over at patreon.com/zgfgaming. It is one of the best ways to support the channel, though you can also do so by sharing the stream around, picking up packs of cards to stream loots, grabbing some merch over at zgfgaming.store, or subscribing to our YouTube. But for now, thank you so much for joining, and I bid you all the most fondest adieu.
Bye-bye.
Sleep.
Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Sleep. Sleep.